Cobblestones awash in early morning lights. Vesper hovers by the fogged mirror's doors, his cap tilted against the drizzle.
Surprise backup. Good. Crime scene's here. Failure to serve before 9. 6 more minutes. Then I say we go in and ask questions. If you insist. But I am here for work. Ugly pelota game last night. Couple stabbings.
Work justifies presence. Any liquor is incidental.
One of the regulars will talk. Why are you out and about?
6 hours in the back of a tuk-tuk, watching a bordello's comings and goings, cupping smokes to hide the glow. The boy working the door forced smiles through smeared lipstick. 12, you figured? Maybe younger.
Always the woman for the job.
The doors open. You and Vesper walk in with shared purpose.
Hello. Sorry, I probably look like a picture of misery right now. This time it's one of the arteries. It's on the roof of this old factory building.
No getting to caress the brightly coloured rubber wire coverings. No satisfying pleasure from untwisting a tangled braid of cords. No fun at all.
Correct. That's why I'm here. I can't get up there to check the artery, but you can. More of a public-private partnership. You'll need this, for starters. Just plug this device into the artery once the diagnostics program prompts you. It should do the rest. Just pay attention to the report it gives you. I'll be right here if you need anything.
The fire door stands between you and the rest of your journey. Luckily, it's still wedged open with the pelota ball. You bend down to pick up the ball, but are interrupted.
What are you doing? Leave it. We need to head on through.
The tableau stays undisturbed. The fire exit remains. You open the door and climb the spotlit stairs once again. Renotel Diagnostics is intended for official personnel only. Input external device to continue. Device input accepted. Welcome, Renotel employee. Smile. Examining system. This may take a few minutes. Seconds turn into minutes as you watch the dots blinking on the monitor. It's not clear if the machine is doing anything at all. After what seems like a small eternity, the machine beeps and coughs up a brief report. System, 98.2%. 1 critical error. A device has a configuration problem that prevents it from working properly. The issue will persist, and in turn, you should be able to talk to the prisoner from outside. Goodbye. The Renotel technician is waiting right where you left him.
Ah, you're back. You can go in and out as you please now. I disabled the locking mechanism so this ball can be retired now. Do you want it? Glad it's gone to a good home. How did you get on with the artery?
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. Step 1. Take the casing off the front housing with your screwdriver. After unscrewing the fastenings at each corner of the housing, you tug at the plastic until it reluctantly comes away. Underneath sprawls a mini-city of metal prongs and board-mounted circuitry. Step 2. Spin the dial on the right until you find the intercom frequency. Crackling electronic waves break against an melodic shore. The occasional snippet from a conversation breaks up the rhythm, a word at a time. As you turn the dial, one word you hear makes you instinctively stop and listen to the rest of the sentence. He cannot hear you. Not yet. Before that is enabled, you need to save this channel and give it a number to streamline any future calls. Step 3. Hold down the lever with the word reserve above it for at least 3 seconds. In your ear, a voice. Connection reserved. Please input an 8-digit contact number that will be assigned to this channel. You will need to remember this number. No need to make it difficult. Number accepted, says the voice on the phone. Please hold for connection. No judgment in his voice. His curiosity is innocent, almost childlike. You've exchanged the tyranny of history for the tyranny of the spreadsheet. A poor bargain. The line hums. Dank water drips. You can practically feel the fetid water sloshing about his feet. Silence pops and hisses on the other end of the line. Speculative freelancing. Your old asset had no authority to make offers on behalf of the opera. A name you recognize from your political theory training. A quasi-mythical figure. The first man to describe the ideology now known as techno-fascism. Dead 150 years before the invention of the computer chip. The party sympathizes. The problem with the working class is that they are insufferable. Nearly all defectors are driven by one of 4 factors. Perhaps a partial explanation, but incomplete. He's more at ease behind the curtain than in front of it. Easy to rule out. If money were his angle, he'd have gone over to enter already. Unlikely. If it were a question of leverage, Tempo wouldn't have been promising red-titled apartments in Novessa's old town. The ironic tone, the deflections, the allusions to persecution, taken together, they suggest. The lock clicks, then releases. The motif of dream instruction recurs periodically throughout Mercy and history and culture, most recently as a weight loss fad. As you take in his words, it dawns on you that he's led you all the way to the precipice of a great realization. He seems to think about this for some time. The receiver clicks back into place. The Renotel dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone. You emerge from the tunnel into a large hall. Darkness recoils from the white beam in your hand. A glow traces the outline of a canopy over piles of rubble. Voices raised into a tune, a guitar strummed once, laughter. Light flickers with the sing-song iridescence of open flame, candles. And distantly, as if in the walls, a drumbeat. Overhead, something stirs. It has been waiting. You look down to see shapes in chalk, burning incense, candles, a guitar with a garland of prayer beads around its neck. The woman mouths to herself, moving her fingers along to a rhythm you cannot hear, then stops abruptly.
Ugh! Lost the bass line again. Oh, I almost had it that time.
You hold your breath, close your eyes. Your own breath, loud in your ears, uneven.
It's there. You've got to find the groove. We're trying all the occult stuff. You wouldn't let me sacrifice a pigeon. We're sure. You'll be able to hear it too eventually. It's less sound, more suggestion. It's coming from the building itself. I'm sure of it. Could just be magic. Oh, poor building. Who knows how long it's been playing to no audience. Explore the place a little. Let yourself feel the rhythm. Let it sing to you. We don't squat. We groove. We're a band. Not much else, in fact.
Epic, epic.
It was me. At the 2-year, 9 months mark, I exhumed the keyboard and successfully harangued him into playing the snare drum. It's just us. Can a name be real? And if it can, then what does it depend on? Origin? Sound? Our mother named him Feral Jim. He ate his own umbilical cord, but that's beside the point. Which is that our names are Un and De. It's awful in here. Go see the basement bathroom. Divine. Disregard them.
Out of the corner of your eye, You notice the balcony above them is tilted slightly.
Look around, see the place. You'll hear it. You can probably answer those. Try listening on the stairs just over there. That's where I got it most clearly.
And what has communism done for the people of the superblock? Single-ply toilet paper? One-bedroom apartments? You talk of materialism, but where is the material? We cannot hold Portofino back for the sake of ideological purity. Revolution got our wheel spinning, but now we have to go somewhere. You say Nestor isn't communist enough? Well, I say communism. From now on, we will fully embrace this politics of Nestorism. We will take Emter's money to develop Portofino. No more superblock fearmongering. Portofino isn't some backwater province. Prosperity and autonomy. This is what I think of your treaty. Get out! No listening party, no conference. Get out of my palace of culture. You heard me. Mine.
Hey, you back? No ghosts. But I do think the song got louder. So you're doing something right. Wait, why aren't we getting ghosts? Is something about you attracting them? It would be great if you could figure out what Death's trying to say, what it's trying to sing. Keep looking. It wants to tell you what it knows. Oh, tell. Oh, forget our lives. He clearly ruined our Song's party. Bastard. Don't worry, Song. You'll have your moment. All right.
I'm coming. Carmona is never late for a party. All that I need lately is my super.
Good evening, miss. Is this party the listening party in Nestor's office? I've been called out last minute, but I have this gift for him. Could you give it to him before they play the music?
Carmona will take it for you, but she will also receive the carnation from your lapel in return.
It looks far better on you than me, miss. Very fitting for the occasion.
No, the public cannot see me. And the microphone is off. You know I can sense microphones. I intuit their presence. I told you I wanted spectacle, not confetti. I'm not making my speech looking like a confetti man. Nestor is no paper fairy. I'm not going out there to be mocked by the ambassador. None of you can make me. Do your own speech. Who has my super block man? He'll help me with their ambassador. Yes. A sense of righteousness emanates from him. The Kohilan envoy are impressed by my decision not to give them a welcome speech beneath this rain of confetti. We've outgrown the need for perpetual revolution. That's what they don't understand. You're the only one of them with any sense, Antoine. Point out that they haven't sponsored a single successful coup in years, and you get accused of being a counter-revolutionary pessimist or an intellectual midget? Rich indeed, for the coherence to accuse a man of intellectual midgetry while bringing us nothing but a popular song. Portofino needs money, Antoine. Emter vultures will fund hospitals and homes for the indigent. Then we'll accept technical advisors from the superblock. Use their expertise to develop our own private sector industries. They try to regulate Nestorismo, compromises, concessions, permissiveness. Não mais. Nestorismo is past and future. It is individual and collective. It is what will hold. We've been cuckolded enough, Antoine. Time for Nestorismo to do some fucking. I can hear you out there! I came in early today to enjoy some private time before the conference. It's me who represents us here. Oh, I'm reactionary, am I? Very clever, very original. You want the Superblock delegation to see this slander? We only have one bathroom, you fools!
Misters of Security. It's only Carmona. Let me send this gift in the tubes. It's for the listening party, but they won't be able to see my dress if I'm holding it. See you later.
Its mouth gapes wide in the red glow of its console's fading life. A horizontal lever to the far right draws your attention, alluringly erect. Rancid. Pull that lever. Cold. Hard. The lever is rough, stiff with age. You put your weight onto it until it drops with a thwunk.
Ouch!
A sharp pain as your foot crumples against the metal.
Ouch! Did someone send out the anti-baller task force? Not very seen.
Jacket guys in the death trap too. Everyone's coming to die.
Wait! It's me, Kurt. What brings you here, onto the scene of history? Yeah, historical communism is a mystery to the contemporary, trend-oriented mind, but not to me, you know? I'm very forward-thinking when it comes to history, you know? Have a little vision of it myself. Yeah. A specter is haunting this building. The specter of Baller's past. You may not think it, but in this tight space, I truly feel like a part of the scene. Like I never did outside on the streets. There are also some really cool bits of rebar and concrete around. Can't really see them, but like, I can feel them, you know? I can't see anything as well, but my investigations into this scene have led me to believe that this is the point of historical communism, you know? That you can't really see it, but you can imagine it working. As you know, I bowled too hard. Problems of the future became the problems of today and led me to seek refuge in this palace of culture, where I can learn from the scene of history. Once, there were many bowlers on the scene, but now, there is only me. I fear extinction, like the ancient megalo bowlers who once ruled the land. Especially now. My jacket is stuck and I cannot move without tearing it apart. And I find myself feeling torn as well. Do I have to choose between the scene of the history or the scene of today? But what is today? Will I haunt the palace of culture? All kinds. I am telling you, these commies were onto something. Without money, we'd all be rich. And growing potatoes is like really important. It's the official vegetable of the scene. Everyone should carpool or like use trains and things like that. Oh, yeah. Definitely. It's to be encouraged, you know? The scene of public health is for everyone. Yeah. Don't forget where the real scene is.
The wall of filing cabinets stretches high above you. You see the shelf marked D6 just above your head. The song is coming through strong enough in here that you can make out words. Been here, 1,000 doors, look the same. You reach blindly over the lip of the drawer, your fingers touching what feels like wrapping paper. You pull the package down and the room explodes into song, clearer than ever. People talking, singing, the sound of an explosion. Then nothing. Silence. You found the source of the song, a haunting in a box. A remote detonation device packed with explosive C4. You're holding a bomb. And failed. Your controller will likely know details if you ask her. Nice to know you're not the only disaster dealer around here. Possibly something to do with the fact that it's singing. An old bomb, undetonated, projecting ghosts into this doomed shell. It connected with you, somehow. Something, somewhere, is getting blown the fuck up. Is this your fate too? Sitting alone in the dark, sending out psychic distress signals that only the similarly fucked can hear. Bombs are anti-communist. No. Bombs are bomb. A moment of divergence in the bomb's life. A tragedy from which it could never recover. It could be that you find it a new purpose. Its soft vibrations pulse next to your skin. Take a closer look at this thing before you take it back to the music freaks. The drawers yawn and settle as you turn away. You hold the decades-old explosive device in front of you. It trembles. near whining with a high-frequency ache that you can feel in your teeth. You don't need training in bomb psychology to know that this bomb is psychologically disturbed. Exactly. You're an ignorant bacteria farm, and even you know this guy's got issues. It's been alone in that cubbyhole for decades, poor little thing. Not a single person maimed, not a single limb detached. Not if you're a bomb. Look at it. It wants to destroy, to annihilate. Pitiful dear thing. Let it rend flesh, you fucking waster. Maybe it's bad C4. Lick it. Coward. You tuck the bricks of C4 back about your person.
Something's changed. Can you hear it? Hey, little guy. Aww. Wow. You hear that? She's done it. This is our singer. We have so much of the song down now. Wanna hear?
She hits play. Dust streams from the ceiling. The balcony quivers. The bomb vibrates, pulsing in time with the concrete tremors.
See? It's dancing.
She flips the switch off. The building settles in silence. Of course, but what is the song?
Shit! I think she might be right. This place is coming down. Come on, let's take what we have. I'm feeling it already. A eulogy for the building, but a happy one. We're gonna make people dance on the rubble. I hope it remembers us when it blows.
Just to be sure, are the squatters gone yet? Man, that's a relief. Whew. That's it? Man, I could have handled that. A bomb. The procedures for clearing unexploded ordnance are... Oh, man. This is going to take forever. You can do that? Where'd you even learn? No way. I'd have never... Okay. I'll pretend you never told me about the... exploding thing. Better for everyone. No shit. Tia Carmoon has been terrorizing me my whole life. You mean... the bomb, and Nesta, and... her? I'm not dealing with this. No way. They can send someone from the Party Alley beat to keep people out of here. I'm going back to the bazaar. This is not Morito's turf.
The sleek metal call box stands guard. This must be Reno's place. The dolphin indicates as much. You step away from the call box. You were standing here at a house party when you saw the unmistakable bulk of Tempo del Sur clambering over the rooftops towards you.
Herschel.
A lopsided smirk on his face, an unusually light gait, the look of the expertly fucked.
Hoity-toity penthouse over there. He had silk sheets, Herschel.
He thrusts a cigarette into your hand, lights his own, leans back and grins benevolently at the world, giving you a glimpse of a white-powdered nostril.
I heard the future tonight, Hirsch. The Illuminados are waking up, Hirsch, dancing to a new form of electropop, a big wave gathering. Developed world's got no idea. No idea. What about it? World doesn't give a fuck about a crime against humanity if you make it all shiny and Listen, what's coming is coming. All we can do is make a ton of fucking money from it.
He grabs your arm and drags you down to Party Alley, yelling at every DJ to play those fascist cunts with the hair. Light glints off a wall of glass. The apartment behind it appears to be of a higher caliber than those around it. Now, what's Mr. Reno been getting up to inside his tower? A warm light has been switched on, illuminating the apartment and its contents. A sunken conversation pit, overturned furniture, curtains half torn off their rail. All the hallmarks of a particularly debauched night. Figures in thick hazmat-style suits move through the room, armed with vacuum cleaners and rubbish grabbers. The window has no ledge along which you could creep. There's no visible roof access door or ladders. There's always the front door, of course, or the window itself. The glass may be untempered, and it's possible that the right amount of force could shatter it. Highly likely. Smash, smash, smash. Only 3 meters of void. Options with a lower likelihood of a plummet in death are always desirable. You pick up the payphone's handset.
Hello. Hello and welcome as always. A joke, obviously. This show would never... Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone. Old Viewer shifted around him. There was a route traced for him, but he veered off. Around the corner, a car kept waiting, engine ticking. In the trunk, carpet and old rope. He is lying to you, but not in the way you think. His night was worse than that. He took some genuine risks to get you this gun. He won't be able to resist seeing his baby girl throw a strop. That's it. Play up the damsel in distress angle. It's his weak spot. After a moment, his face drops as he realizes what he has to do. Triple-stitched premium nylon. Expensive. Inside, a familiar sight. A Roram-mapped 12B. Heavy-framed, semi-automatic. Manufactured in Kino's Gambit. Slide coated in dark grey finish. Fixed barrels ported. Machined for high accuracy pressure. Next to the weapon, two 12-round magazines wrapped in waxed paper. The young man studies you, not daring to ask. It came through. Now it's all done. Everything in him hopes that his concession will earn him a place in your heart. The lanky man flicks a palm-sized toy scooter out of his pocket like a switchblade, performs a miniature double flip, then looks to you for a reaction. You could totally pull off a little finger trick like that, if you wanted to. With the appearance of an audience, the lights come up on his performance. Caro's dating this dickhead? No, no way. One name, no context. As if you're expected to already know him. Something about him has relapsed at this information, a performance partly abandoned. An infamous image from Nestor's 64 campaign. The dictator holding a baby with his own face superimposed over the infant's, moustache and all. Soy Nestor. Squinting, you overlay the image of the phantom you saw at the Palace of Culture on top of this lanky young fuck. It's hard to see any resemblance to the proud, mustachioed leader behind the coloured hair, the spindly legs, and the permanent sneer. The comparison to his sire is inevitable. He's resigned himself completely to the umbilical tie. A noose. A lifeline. He leans forward, scooter held high, and flicks the front wheel. It goes. Musicians, scum synth. Heavy 9-minute epics with a target audience of mind-altered 20-somethings. His tone changes as your identity dawns on him. Wary, curious, teetering on the edge of hostile. In his tone, there's a spark of excitement not sufficiently smothered by anger. Esty wasn't just trying to hurt you. She was telling the truth. He finds his girlfriend's dark past equal parts enraging and intriguing. Beneath his self-deprecating exterior, there is something genuine, sensitive, loving, hopeful. Translation: they have no ideas and no money. The fantasy of the eternal studio hang is more vivid in his mind than any actual production that might occur there. He has no idea how many parts of his life bear your fingerprints. Carolina's never told him that tempo was your asset too. He arches up on his toes, squints into the moist black cavern of your mouth. Blatantly incorrect. Evidence of a malformed creative spirit. You try to square up to him, but something in your body resists and cringes from the idea of intimidating someone so pathetic. On the bed in the room beyond, a figure arrives in the throes of some exquisite discomfort. In his hands, a bare light bulb strobing. Muscles clenched in futile effort. A syllable strains against his lips. He's trying to say something, but his jaw is locked shut. The other man in the room watches with unblinking intensity. Last instance before pressure release. The fin building up inside is about to rupture its container in 3, 2... The syllable erupts from a twisted mouth. The neck convulsively snaps back, and in that moment, you lock eyes. Galaxies of desperation sucked into the pupils' widening void. Recognition. Inescapable, undeniable. You know each other well. Full body spasms rack him as a torrent of syllables falls from his mouth. You are not ready for this. Run. Run and don't look back.
All right. I'm getting violence. Animal imagery. Masculinity, perhaps. Shh. Everything's quite all right, I assure you. Now, please.
Annoyed but unperturbed, he hardly glances at you before returning to his spectacle. Without looking at you, Ramses raises his free hand. 2 fingers flick upwards. Then the convulsions return, folding your old asset in half. It was like a gesture that means something. Help? You cannot reliably tell. In the midst of Ramses's involuntary gibbering and the bizarre musings of the spectator, you try to focus and understand what you are looking at. A visage corkscrewed with distress. One, 2 dead. 1, 2 dead. A precise interval. The light bulb's not flickering. It's pulsing. Ramses is suffering a purposefully induced seizure of some kind. There is an arrangement with the other man. You want to intervene, but you can't. Your whole body is paralyzed in observation. Morbidly transfixed. You as much a slave to what you are watching as the unblinking spectator.
All right. I hear winds. Sky. Maybe the idea of indefinition. Lack of division? Ambivalence?
He lets go of the light bulb. It stops flickering. His chest heaves as the spasms subside. What remains of the convulsions leaks out of him in a series of exhausted trembles.
I see. Well, thank you. Yes, thank you. This was a private consultation.
He brushes past you without another word. Payment. The price of Ramses's nervous system. Ramses's breaths come in staggered bursts. One arm braces against the floor as he tries to sit up. Slow and shaking, he winces. It is the future. Your old asset aged 100 years in the 5 that have elapsed. Ramses Tayed Al-Fatik Malloy, plague metal worshipper, pristine blunt roller, Rustamian refugee, ultimate warlock of chill. Or at least, he was. The clothes hang loosely on a frame that has lost more than half its musculature. Timestamp, 5 years, 3 months since last contact. His lopsided smile is the same, though perhaps cut with a streak of bitterness that might be new. Exploitation money, reserved for those willing to undergo serious bodily harm for what they do. A moment passes. He gives you a weird look. One by one, your crew was picked off while you were whisked away to safety. The flailing limbs of the body politic suffer while the head buries itself in the sand. The Weeping Eyes Interrogator class. Professional torturers, typically with shorn heads in order to honor the defector Belkov, from whom their training originates. Conclusion. You are speaking to a phantom. You people. His gaze drifts downwards. His fingers suddenly curl, then stiffen. The seizure you saw may have been self-induced, but others are not. Radiant. No mention of epilepsy found. Medical conditions. Left blank. Perhaps. But behind it all, there is something else, far simpler. The power to pay someone to have a medical emergency for your viewing pleasure. Prognosis. Almost identical to the one Dr. Gonza gave you. Either they are onto something, or these men have the same kind of brain parasite. A good deal of Ramses's equipment always consisted of improvised devices, cobbled up from the cannibalized remains of consumer electronics. Crickets, as in bugs, Ramses's signature wiretap devices. When all was said and done, the weed plug is Ramses's last point of contact with the world of humans.
He had a gun. How did you didn't get shot? Yo, if anyone asks me about this, what do I say? Okay, I'm good at keeping a secret.
Must be. Yana trusted him too. Marco's hands vanish into his pockets. He settles down, but his eyes keep scanning the surroundings.
Just pigeons mainly. A bit of people, nothing weird. Made the switch from intelligence to securities.
Yana's using him as a doorman.
Doorman's a good job. Lots of famous people started as doormen. Yeah, thanks. I've got it all under control out here.
Spare me the bleating you call an accent and listen up. Metoprolol, you eunuch diddling azzurri. That's what I paid for, not atenolol. Veloci, that you're intelligible at all is only the byproduct of my concentrated effort to withstand the ugliest sounds the human glottis is capable of producing. The other better be here by tomorrow. Of course I fucking know the process.
A series of phone numbers scribbled hastily, but not quite legible from where you're standing. There, a direct line to his suppliers. If the good doctor won't sell, you'll have to go over his head.
Tell your delivery boy that if he gets the wrong batch again, he's dead. Azzurris, a species-wide clerical error. A piece in jarred and call it chemistry. Now, what do you want? Hey. Treatable. Riding the spastic dragon. Brave man. If you want to go old school, potassium bromide. Get it right at the base of the motor cortex. Smother it like an aging relative with a big insurance policy.
Rendering the patient almost vegetative. No neurological activity means no seizure.
Well, based on what you did to that last one, mine's a fair assumption. Sign him up for the city medical program. They'll set you up with one of those humane, modern drugs. Patronizing little desk fuckers. Sorry, sister. Boring drugs are wholesale only. Anything that doesn't make you see shit and then want to fuck the shit you see, all that's either bulk or nothing. 30 grand per crate. Cash. I look like I give a fuck about micro-trafficking? I don't take pity order.
You heard him talking to his suppliers. You need to find a way to get through to him directly. Another pair of ears is what you need. An optic hearing to know what he says when he thinks no one is present. Somehow, he knew you would need them. Surveillance master, wiretapper extraordinaire, a man capable of planting an invisible bug on a moving tuk-tuk.
Alternatively, your friend could just get a fucking prescription.
He knows full well you wouldn't be here if that were an option.
Do with it what you will. Terminal inbreeding.
A little prejudice builds rapport faster than truth.
Then do fuck off. You want anything done in the city, you have to learn to deal with those animals. No two ways about it. Told you before, unless you're liquid, don't bother. No, find your own inbred supply. Now, why are you here? Again. If the first dose didn't work on your man, then he's a certified goner. Forget about him. I have just been pondering what effects it might have on the female body. You might die, of course, but such is science. In any case, ding ding ding! It's your lucky day. Don's drugstore now includes all the anti-last you can afford. It's not fucking free. Pay up or get out. Aren't we fucking all? To utter those words, what a life. Adios, patient.
Cascade.
Hello again. What'll it be? Think you can handle taking orders?
5 shots of shard, 2 perros with lime, bachelorettes on schnapps, sodas for 1 dour table of 4, an unholy concoction of camisado ultra sweet mixed with vodka over rocks. The only cascade you know now is that of liquor, pouring from shaker into glass, from bottle into mug, from mug into mouth. As the night winds down, Lucia approaches you, observing the frazzled flesh that is left of you. She hands the cash over, wordlessly.
See you.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. The receiver clicks back into place. You step away from the payphone. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
Operant, a handsome man wearing very odd headphones left this for you. He said some very nice things about my shop, but nothing revealing, if that's what you mean. I didn't know that was your type of thing, Cascade. The little Lusian witch parade. Oltre Violetta, the postcard. Oh, I'm sure a dashing man like that doesn't partake in those glittering halls. I'll be here if you require anything. I'll print.
No idea. You're a bit congested, it seems.
I'll be here if you require anything.
You take out the bomb again. It's been alone in that cubbyhole for decades, poor little thing. Not a single person maimed, not a single limb detached. Let it rend flesh, you fucking waster. You tuck the bricks of C4 back about your person. Ultravioletta gazes out at you from the postcard, draped in a half-length cape and decked with shimmerings. A pair of pilot goggles hangs around her neck. She offers a V-shaped salute with her right hand. It's definitely your imagination, but her image seems to smile a little. Ultra's fly formation reads the electric text beneath her. It seems she wants you to join her fan club. Don't forget the membership fee. One among the Ultras. A new belonging. Lusians do love their aircraft. Unlikely that she's military-grade pilot as the branding implies, but a hobbyist pursuit is entirely possible. On the back is a handwritten note to a fellow fan, fogged mirror, upstairs. He must be higher up in the organization than you thought. Do not forget, this headphone man took a shot at you. Don't let him play you any music either. Either way, it appears transnational capital has come to the table. Will you take your seat across from him?
My format-sensitive friend. How goes it?
Sure.
You pick up the payphone's handset. The receiver clicks back into place. You step away from the payphone. Sixth-generation Lusian fighter jet, deployed in most of their reunional military actions. Serious rapid gear.
Remember, Hirsch, no weird shit around V. Later, Hirsch. Keep me in the loop.
Hello again. What'll it be? You seem to meet a lot of strange men here. You said you didn't have any friends. But sure, fine. He's waiting in the lounge upstairs. Drink up, we close soon.
The man doesn't alter his posture, but follows your movement with unblinking eyes. He's tense around the shoulders, twitchy at the edges. A professional courtesy. He knows your real name. You gave it to his colleague under extreme duress. And doomed spies. You know this man is partial to a loaded gun. Given your last encounter, you should be in control of the bullets. He looks down at his right sleeve and smooths out a crease with a measured hand. By night, the Dream Eater Chrism drinks the tears of sleeping birds. By day, its brilliant ventral display wards off its natural predators. These things are heavyweight, an annihilating force captured and contained within two masses of metal, foam, and electric wiring. That confirms it. He's after the pop star. The massive sign marked nonce flashes red in your mind. There it is. The moon. His eyes leave yours a moment, then return. Amto is trying to defect Luz's most valuable cultural export, the play of plays. Update, apologies. He's actually gone rogue here and bypassed Emter completely. He's not playing with house money. He's got his own chips down. It's not. More favorable would be a clean trade. The prisoner for the girl. What use do you have for a fugitive Lusian pop star? She's a critical piece. Player. No commit necessary at this point. String him along. Feel him out. There is little to lose. A vague threat. Should have disarmed him. Not some kind of bluff. Genuine. Almost tripped by your own shadow. Taken all the way to the edge, then dashed upon the rocks of oblivion. It was too early for Pseudopod to be in theatre alone. The opera failed him. High upon high, the Manus Fati swivels in its stars and raises a middle finger in Pseudopod's general direction. More than a trace of envy. Didn't Ultravioletta herself mention a missing recording engineer? Principles. He tries to underplay it, jars the cadence. The Militia Reuben Rouge, or MRR, an extreme communist fringe group who have slipped further and further into darkness over their 10-year campaign. The soul of the state on the line. Okay, good to know. There are worse friends than you out there. Whips of dust blown by helicopter blades, thuds of boots on ground, billow of trench coats, steel cackle of assault rifles. The empire without territory descends. Valkyrie pop. Chance of war. The air raid siren system shrieked once more with the opening bars of Follow Me Home. The 53rd time in succession, a line of armed, headphoned operants stood still and waited, all eyes focused on the Farrier 878 in the center of the airfield. Their faces adorning the runway fixed in expressions of mute agony, terror, or something beyond either. The demand from the newly crowned lineal MRR was to leave the heads of the traitors exactly where they fell, or they would begin executing hostages. On the side of the aircraft, in hand-smudged blood, written by Felix Kaido himself, the words, "Witness, tremble, victory." The communist tasted red dust and smelt the dim sting of aircraft lubricant. A hangar creaked to his left. Behind, someone loaded a revolver and mocked his cause in a language he didn't understand. Gun pressed to his parietal bone, he tried to conjure an image fit to die to. Before he could form anything more than a vague outline, the bullet bit into his head. But nothing he could easily forget. Push him a little. The man reaches up and adjusts the headphones around his neck with measured movements.
Hirsch, I've been thinking, or projecting maybe, future-wise. Get serious for a moment. I'm trying to be serious. What would Tempo do? Her. Yeah. Seems you're a little short on those too, but good to know.
The girl sighs smoke and turns to face the city beyond the window.
I should be out there dancing, somewhere shiny, under lights. This is all so fucked. That was the deal, yeah. Setting her free in exchange for an imprint of her. But near the end, I started having second thoughts. New plan was to sell her back to the Luthians, imprint and ransom her, basically.
Culture then cash. Tempo to a T.
Had a deal, don't have the bootleg. So deal's vapor far as I'm concerned. Too bad. Deals are either done or not done. But I also want to help V. I really want to help her.
The girl takes a skewed drag of her cigarette, then studies the embers intently. There are words to be traced in the loops of her cigarette light. If only you could read the language.
Don't be a stranger, Hirsch.
Just because you can does not mean you should. Your path to the Lich goes through this girl. Otherwise, it's the long way round. You can, and you should. Picture of this girl in your pocket. The postcard. Well, maybe she's a pilot now. A flower on the precipice. The first tram ride into Portofino. Holocene at your side, face turned to the window, giving a 20-minute answer to one of the world's most common questions.
And that's why, philosophically, I disowned my name. A name can turn on you, Cascade. Far better not to have one, or to have many. Actually, I think you can. A fabrication from the narcs upstairs. When I first joined the opera, I used an acute method of auto-hypnosis to forget my own name. The process took 7 months. From what I've gleaned of your attention span, Cascade, block off 16 months minimum.
The girl stares at you, waiting for a response. Not too different. You both skulked the world. One from the dark, the other in the light. Hit her with that memorable chorus. Lodge it in her head. The young pop star stares at you intensely.
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hirsch. Yeah, Temple was gonna get them off his friend Reno, the dolphin cunt with the phones. He was fucking him for a while. No, this is just something he said. One stray thing among many other things, often conflicting. Doubt he even knew about them. Good chance Temple was just stringing V along, who knows?
Operant, this is a once-per-eon opportunity to get a shot at the Grand Lich. Let it slip now. Who knows how far back it may set you. There are other ways. There always are.
Top of the fucking tower, of course. He's got a penthouse in the housing campaign of Party Alley. Whole new tax bracket at that elevation. Yeah, she doesn't do too well with real life. But who fucking does?
Beyond the apartment's walls, this girl has a former family, friends, classroom enemies, unfinished homework. None of them will know her again as she was.
Regular people are hard too. Temple will call me a sentimental cunt. But maybe I can be the last leg up she needs to jump the wall. He used to do coke off it, then tell stories about you all. I heard some of those stories I think 20 times. Good beginnings, bad endings. I think I feel totally fine with getting V-free. Is that how I should feel, do you think?
Awaiting your approval.
It's okay to be both. That's the grand conclusion I'm drawing from this unlubed fuck show. Don't be a stranger, Hirsch.
Spy by night, recording artist by day, and also by night. Get this collab off the ground, sell it hard. You have much to bring to the table. Not only is there nothing cool about this proposition to her, there is no chance this collaboration ever occurs. Sub-Zero, best to bleach this idea from your mind. A galactic odyssey, the quest for the entropy pedal. UMV in holographic capes, enclosed by keyboards. Synchronized electro loop solos. Magnitude of setback, enormous. Failure rating, spectacular. Morale damage, catastrophic, yet not unfamiliar. You pick up the payphone's handset. The receiver clicks. You step away.
Hello again. What'll it be? All right. In you go.
Within the first hour of work, your feet start to hurt, you smell of sweat, and you've been yelled at. Like always. An evening comes and goes in the blink of an eye. The stress has started to grow familiar.
You're getting the hang of it now. While I appreciate the help, I can't help but feel like this is maybe not the main thing you have to offer the world. It's not really free though, is it? See you.
The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by graffiti. An official-looking sign hangs to the right of it. The pins dance for you. Pressure just shy of arrogant. Tension held like a cigarette kiss. Click. No squeal, no protest. Just the quiet pop of metal given into a woman who's done this before. You return to the ruinous desk. Its all-furring inhabitant now absent. The phone and the notepad lie before you, unguarded. With a pull, the aged plastic gives as you pop the housing on the phone. Inside, a terminal board, speaker coil, and copper wires. The cricket clips easily, riding the line unheard and unseen. With a gentle press on its back, it's activated. The shell glows for a moment. You put the phone housing back in place. A plastic snap, the faintest of hums. It is done. Give it half a day before you check in with Ramses. Something will have been captured by then. The paper displays clear evidence of having been balled up in rage and then painstakingly unfolded. But the numbers on it are still legible. 3 numbers, quick to hand and scrawled in rage, for people called frequently from the depths of distress. You squint at the digits, trying to commit them to memory. 2 rows of hieroglyphics would have been easier to memorize. At least those have pictures. You crumple up the note and pocket it. Thick paper, government grade, embossed seal of Portofiero's medical board. Each envelope slit open with surgical precision. He used a steak knife. A second and final warning for continued deviation from sanctioned neurological protocol and the threat of an upcoming review. You glance at the date. 6 years ago. He kept them all because he's proud. 3 used, 2 capped. The glass barrels are etched with wear. Nestled close, a lighter and a metal spoon. All labelled the same. Midazolam plus oxcarbazepine. He's shooting his own mixes. Not recreational, not exactly. Self-testing. The drawer slides open with a wheeze. Inside, a collection of branded pens, scissors rusted at the joint, a pair of latex gloves turned inside out, and a breath minting case. A dozen or so pens, all from medical conventions. Some cracked, others with logos half rubbed off. Neurosurge 78, precision is power. Cortexcon 83, ethics in electrochemistry. Somnoloop 89, the future of sleep. 7 years ago. Each pen a time capsule, a version of himself with cleaner hands and hope that already a near-decade-long abyss separates him from. Capital mints, strong enough to banish the deep. The artwork, a triumphant mint in sailor boots delivering a left hook to a giant shrimp. A muted clink, the sound of something moving rather than jangling. A single black pill plops out. Hand-pressed, small-scale production if not outright clandestine. Composition, impossible to determine. Doctors have access to everything, and there's nothing you would put past this one in particular. The possibilities are boundless. A chemical bitterness unlike any you've tasted before blooms across your taste buds. A black flower opens on your tongue. Soon, sensation eclipses taste and the bitterness gives way to a kind of corrosive numbness. Like any good drug, a shadow of the full effects kicks in right away. Shortness of breath, a sensation like the fret of a cramp around the muscles surrounding your chest. You know exactly what is happening to you. Most definitely. Just below your ribcage, unknown muscles wrench and seize. A sun of agony illuminates your whole being. You have just enough time before it hits to realize this is what going into cardiac arrest feels like. There is no light, no tunnel, no flashback or DMT trip. This really was a stupid, stupid way to die. You return to the ruin, the phone and the with a paw. The cricket clips easily. You put the phone out, give it half a... The paper displays 3 numbers. Quick, you squint. 2 rows of high... You crumple up the note. Thick paint. He used a stake. A second, you glance at... He kept them all because... Free you. Medazzalam. He's shooting his own mick. The draws... A dozen or... Some note. Each pen a time. Capital, a muted click. A single black. Hand pressed. Small scale. Doctors have access to everything. The mint rattles back into the can. The rest of the desk leans forward, expectant. You turn away from the ruins of Gonza's life and profession. A small push on the paint-chipped wood confirms that the door is firmly locked.
Busy. Come back later.
You hear her mumble something, then quiet.
What? Was this one of the old pilots? He told you where I live? Did he? Damn. Just come in.
The woman's eyes are sad but warm. Rain pelts the window behind her.
Sam was my father's name. That old creep just keeps finding new ways to make me feel... watched. Do whatever you like with it. I'm sorry the old creep made a fool of you, but let's not let it ruin our day. I feel like that would be letting him win. You're welcome, hon. It's nice to speak to someone in person for once. I'll have to grab the phone if it rings, but otherwise, I'm free to chat. Just me and the two little ones. It's them who makes all the mess, I swear.
She laughs, but there's an uneasiness to her eye as she looks around.
Thank you, sweetheart. It does have its perks. I've lived here for 10 years now, but it still makes every day feel like a bit of an adventure. But it does get very cold in winter. Oh, and a family of moorhens have made a nest right by the window there. It's cute, but the screaming, you know? Now listen to me complain. Sorry, love. First time I've had grown-up company in a while. Guess I'm letting my mouth run away from me. I don't know what to tell you, hon. 2 kids, boat, miracle line. Oh, I'm doing a correspondence degree in psychology.
She looks around as if seeking information about herself from the room.
Long gone, sweetie. No forwarding address. No, darling. But I'm glad he's gone. The arguing was worse for the kids than not having a dad around. Barely any of their friends have dads around either. It was the miracle line that scared him off. Made him jealous. Couldn't handle it. Called me all sorts of names in front of the kids. Yeah, best not to waste any time thinking about it, really. Always dreamed of operating my own dial-in talk therapy line. But with the kids and the miracle and everything...
She laughs, shakes her head.
It's slow going. The moment I sit down to study, the phone rings. Sometimes I try to give people therapy instead of sex, but people really like sex, hon. Wouldn't be a miracle if I did. I'm unavailable, hon. Were you expecting a miracle? Happy to chat, love. Wow, really? Oh, sweetheart. You're angel sent. There's a book I've been meaning to pick up for my sisters. If you're up for it. Just a textbook. Green cover. She said she left it in a satchel outside her door. That's my book. How do you have this? Right, of course. It was, yes. I was actually hoping my sister would read it. No, nothing like that. I just thought it might help her understand some things about ourselves. I suppose that's right. Funny how they blend together. Part of the point, isn't it? Our mother was a complicated woman. We spent a lot of our childhood hiding from her, to be perfectly honest. That's how my sister and I got so close. Best friends, you know? It's okay. It was a long time ago. Not physically, no. Our mum just always had this extra sense. She knew the worst possible thing she could say at any moment. The thing that would cut you right to the quick. You could feel it on the tip of her tongue, even as a child. Yeah, it was. Fortunately, my sister and I had each other. And we developed our little game. And then, when we both got old enough... No. Nothing so bloody or fantastic as that. We just left, and we didn't look back. You want to borrow it? I don't see why not. I'm listening. Oh, ancient history. Had a toddler and a baby. Needed to be home full-time, but still make some money. Saw an ad. Went for the interview?
She shrugs sadly.
They like a foreign girl with a smooth accent. That's been life ever since. I've heard that too. I prefer not to think about it, hon. It's my income. If I start worrying about the company tanking or changing their minds about paying them, I just don't know what else I'd do. No, hon. Not ever. Most of the time. I had so much fun with you. Oh, phew. So it's just automatic, really? There'll be some man waffling on about mermaids or pop stars, and I'm just here picking the polish off my fingernails. Ah, well, he only called once, so... You know Ultravioletta, the L-pop singer? This one guy called and asked me to pretend to be her, but just to cry. Freaky, right? Made me shudder. Oh, you were being serious? I'm sorry, hon. It's not about you. People expect my voice is all. Duchess has kind of become the miracle. For me, right? If you need work, I know that Tonio in the alleyway is always looking for people to help him sweep up. Sure, hon. Not really. He just likes me to know that he's watching and to feel in control. He won't escalate unless he thinks I'm trying to escape. I realize how strange and frightening that sounds when I come to tell somebody else. But in my line of work, you just get used to it. Of course not, hon. Nice to meet you, Herschel. But I still can't tell you mine. You know how it is. Trade secret. I have no idea. Wasn't my choice. When I interviewed for the job, Duchess was already named. They were just looking for a woman to play the part. But I like to think that I give her a personal touch. Helping people. Being a friend to the lonely. She's doing a job. Indulging fantasies that I would never in real life. But ultimately, it's me. You're sweet. Playing at a friend's house? You know, kids, always an adventure to be had. Drop by again, Herschel. This was nice.
Marcia? Ah, so you gave her the gift, did you?
Did the kids like it?
Yes, tell me, did they like it? No play at all? Or, well, hardly a game. I knew she wouldn't accept a gift from a client, so I had to improvise. Harmless, if you think about it.
Technically harmless, weapons grade creepy.
What threat? I've hardly moved from this chair in weeks.
Pigeon, that stuff you said, her being your friend, confiding in you. You said you weren't gonna do that stuff no more.
Bah, fuck off back to your manatees and leave me alone. Still closer than you'll ever get.
Deathly quiet. Loud Zhao hardly even breathes. The smile has gone from his features.
What? Can't a man try and do something nice for a woman? Is that still legal here?
For a moment, he holds your gaze.
You can't live off 4 and 6 forever. Might be enough for these animals, but I'm a man.
He wants the real thing.
I'm dying anyway. Who gives a fuck? And I knew her kids were like the present. That was no game. You're welcome. Please. I spent 3/4 of my life messing around with telecoms 3 generations more primitive than what the Renatel network uses.
No sense of direction, so he learned to read his instruments well. Despite yourself, you're impressed.
These idiots could have done it too if they put half as much energy into it as they do into masturbating. After all that high and mighty stuff, you're still wondering about an old man's sexual proclivities, eh? Marcia? Guess it's only fair. You did me a favor after all. You think I would care? When we talk, I'm back in my military days flying a V-138 bomber.
It'd be hard to focus, what with all those switches and dials to play with. But you could manage to picture it.
The enemy. She's Lucian, you see, and I'm on my way to obliterate her city. Just me, the button, and the extermination of a whole race of pigs. No, those were burying bombs. Instant annihilation. No pain, no traces. These are conventional weapons.
An analog joy of greased levers, action and release mechanisms. 60-pound warheads sliding out into the sky with a whisper like a sword unsheathing.
Incendiary bombs, cluster munitions, blood, shrapnel, women pinned under rubble, screaming. Can't have a fantasy with no people in it, Marcia. She starts screaming as the air fills with the angry buzzsaw sound of 100 rotors. Then the bombs start falling, and then she really screams.
Saturation twists the sound output on the receiver, the signal more than the electronics can bear.
She screams for me until her voice goes hoarse and she can't keep going. And then she goes silent. The whole city goes silent. It's over. You asked, Marcia. And if you ever feel like screaming, just call me.
Until next time, sugar.
The sleek metal call box stands guard. This must be Reno's place. The dolphin indicates as much.
Private residence. Please state your business. They're already up here. Have been for a while. Specialist. I do like the sound of that. All right, come on up.
Oh, hello. You're with the cleaners, I take it.
The man stares around the room in bewildered horror, unable to focus on you. An audience member at his own vivisection.
Good. Good. Have you perhaps seen my model train? I suspect one of your colleagues may have misplaced it.
Stop all the clocks. A purloined model kit. This investigation is priority alpha. Still looking around the room. He doesn't really register what you've just said.
I'm Reno, or Renotel. What can I do for you? Yes, that's me.
He doesn't like being called the phone guy.
I really don't want to get into it now. Oscar is alive. Thank heavens. But no, I have nothing to say on this now. Just look at this mess.
So you're not with the cleaners at all. You're one of Tempo's unspecified associates. What are you doing in my home? I've heard. Yes. I thought maybe he'd just gone underground. He always had a way of turning up somehow. A man whose only strength and weakness was being himself. That passionate and reckless? If you occupy your time with playing all sides against each other for personal gain, there's only one way such stories end. I appreciate the closure your presence brings, but please, spare me any details.
He stiffens, then nods slowly.
No, of course not. How could you ask such a thing? 5 weeks ago, before his last trip to Laluth. I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. I wouldn't use that word. We worked well together, on a spiritual plane. We saw the world in complementary ways. I don't know how to put it. I dealt with the overworld, he with the under. Safer for us both that way. Of course I knew he did business in Luth. He built the bazaar up himself. No way around it. He was always bringing back new speakers and displays and so on. He was mad for Lucian stuff. L-pop, the rest of it. Oh, business at first. But it became something else quite fast. I first took note of him when he turned the abandoned silk factory into the bazaar. Put him on many radars, both here and abroad. But, well, that's over now. Excited, I would say. He had a boyish glint in his eye. I believe he was using a large deal of cocaine at the time, so I didn't necessarily take his words seriously. Big words. Fate, forgiveness, friendship. If you knew Tempo, then you know the sort of thing I'm talking about.
Uttered with great solemnity one instant, then spat out like curses the next. They seemed to take on their own solidity, detached from any human situation.
Yes, you might be right there. No, Tempo never cared for the high arts. He was more about the streets. I can see how you and Tempo got along. I have a feeling I haven't been much help to you. I see. Cash only, with half of it paid up front.
2 million, I'm afraid. Then you can't afford the exit papers. There is no such thing. I should be adding Tempo premium, if anything. 2.5 million. I believe we have. The fee is 2.5 million.
We do.
Which? There are no tricks to it. It's largely compound interest and time. You know how superblock communists build their economics on 3 pillars. As we in the developed world don't have the luxury of relying on magic, we replaced it with compound interest. Look it up. It'll change your life. No magic required.
Well, it's not very politic to say, but most people suffer from poor impulse control.
Only to an extent. Agency remains in play, you see. To tell you the truth, my own impulse control, or lack thereof, has been a lifelong course. Well, my business endeavors have succeeded because I've spent years fighting my own wiring. To not fall prey to market logic, but instead bypass it, often by esoteric means. Right. You were there that day. I hope I didn't come off as rude. I just received some unpleasant news. That is its own topic, one we can discuss if you'd like.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Discrepancy found.
Oh, right. It's possible I offered up my pied there as a venue. More as a courtesy than anything.
A quid pro quo, even in the legal murk of the developed world.
If you know Oscar, then you practically know everything. Let's be clear that any dealings are strictly speculative. That said, I'm in the process of acquiring and rehabilitating a certain piece of disused infrastructure.
A seeming non sequitur.
That's correct. Emter has signaled interest in resuming Luna missions from Portofino. Naturally, if those missions are successful, one could expect certain returns.
One meaning Reno, of course. Singular.
I'm afraid I don't know anything about the negotiations themselves. I'm just a friend of Oscar's, as they say. Only tidbits here and there. Nothing that would be useful to you, I imagine. The Minister of Mass Culture? Yes. I gathered that he will be representing La Luz at the negotiating table. What about him? That's certainly out of the question. I understand Minister Reyes is intensely private. For security reasons. Never. And Tempo never met him either. He only ever dealt with his subordinates.
The man sighs deeply and closes his eyes.
Well, there was also his deputy, the junior to Oscar Sr. Though I have to say, the young man seemed quite stressed. Yeah? Yes. I think dear Oscar may have delegated his duties a bit too aggressively. That's it, Frederick. Strange young man. I think this is his first big assignment. He's the one to speak to, I would say. Now please, let's never discuss this matter again. Where to even start? It's an extremely rare kit. A Type 04X. Chrysanthemum Sorrow. I'd really like to find it. That's right. Tavarna's head of design is an old friend, actually. I'd really like it back. Yes.
He throws a searching look at the empty shelf, as if expecting his precious chrysanthemum sorrow to have materialized at the evocation of its name.
Oh, thank you. It must be around here somewhere. I was there for one of my regular consultations. Are you familiar with transmigration of souls? It's loosely tied to neuroeconomics, which study how the brain makes market-related decisions. The market is, for the most part, ruled by investment cycles. I've grown rather weary of it. A mutual acquaintance helps me bypass them. He's a medium of sorts, highly attuned to transmigrating souls. These interstitial beings are a rich source of counter-cyclical investment advice. He is able to channel them.
Irrational and inefficient.
Of course I only pay for things that work. No, not as such. Seizures are simply very regrettable prerequisite. You've heard the sounds that come out of them, yes? Speaking in tongues almost. It's terribly distressing. Primal at times. Senseless. And that's the point.
A flagrant misuse of man for his own gain.
Your words mean nothing to me. His do. Be well.
The figure in the other sealed full bodysuit gives you a stiff nod. Your head inclines and the suit inclines with it, just barely. The plasticky fabric creasing and letting out a high-pitched sound. The figure shakes, not its head, but sort of the whole top half of its body. The cover of the book is the first thing that catches your eye. Hand-painted, blood-adorned. The text reads, Blood-type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra. The title jars a memory, Holocene engrossed within its pages. Maybe the only time he was oblivious to the world.
Science fiction as a genre is utterly misunderstood by the majority, Cascade. It often contains the only ideas worth ideating.
You've never read it, but you feel like you've basically read it. An attempt at escape, maybe. One not diverting enough to drown out the incessant knocking of the world. A couple of chapters from the end. You are preparing to strike the cruelest blow. With a furtive glance over your shoulder, you slip the book into your pocket.
First things first, I know what you're thinking. And this isn't my cat.
Once again, you appear to have crossed paths with this strange man.
I sensed that it was only a matter of time before we came face to face again. But I wasn't sure you'd find your way up here.
This lapdog of the techno-fascists has been following your scent with impunity.
The cat's not the focus here anyway. There's no reason to assume this is Mr. Reno's cat. Working? Of course. No, I can't tell you the specifics. I'd love to, actually. But we're on opposite teams now, in a way. You know, I recognized you at Photo 24. A serendipitous coincidence, truly. I knew you'd been shelved these last few years. But of course, a man of my stature must have a keen eye for the talent. You know, I almost didn't recognize you under that hood, Herschel. Pretty sneaky, pretty good.
The sound of your name on his tongue. Unnatural, upsetting.
There's no reason to assume that cats are one and the same. Really, what a generalization. Of course, Herschel. Why else would I seek you out if not to exchange knowledge, skills, and expertise? To live, to laugh, perchance to love? Don't get hung up on that last part, Herschel. It was just a flash of inspiration. Our friendship goes way back, and I wouldn't want anything to soil it, you know.
Way back. Where? A flash of inspiration. He seems to be drowning in it.
Easy now. There's no need for that. I'm not here to fight you. I thought our long-standing friendship is above such displays of aggression.
Long-standing. We don't know this man.
I'll tell you all about it. It is taking shape as we speak.
His face drops.
That's a very cruel joke, Herschel. 5 years gone, and that's how you greet your friends.
5 years? No entries in archives, systems, or communications. Expanding search.
This pretense of ignorance is really hurtful. Really, I expected you'd treat your old colleague, Ignatz, a little better than this.
To you, he has never happened. You've certainly never been colleagues.
I don't believe this. Ignatz, Tempo's right-hand guy.
Is it possible you had some kind of episode? Did someone accidentally bin the relevant files?
Gotta say, Herschel, your tradecraft is pretty good. If this ignorance is revenge for the hard time I gave you earlier, it's pettier of you than I expected. Herschel, the emotional dagger is dull, but you still manage to make me bleed.
A wall of words embellishes the hurt, but it's genuine. Upon further review, maybe he's the one having the episode.
You and I, we're on the same level. We've always understood each other. And so my desires are nothing covetous. I'm simply offering you the excellent opportunity to work together again. Just like in the old days.
Highly suspicious. Warrants further investigation.
She's beautiful, isn't she? Purebred, probably. They have papers when they're this beautiful. The cat is its own animal, free from the burden of society and property rights. Herschel, the cat doesn't need property rights like you and I do. It is beyond such realities. Its power is symbolic. That means that it's important just because it exists. Though economic realities are important, an open mind is even more important. I'm not saying this to disrespect you, Herschel. I'm just reminding you, as a friend, to always be curious.
He's really broken the intellectual bank with that one.
People like you and me, we're not supposed to meet a cat like this. We can't really handle it, in a way. Just an animal? Herschel, this cat is magnificent. Look at it, look at the fur, the color, the tail. It's beautiful. You're lucky this cat doesn't speak or understand human. Otherwise, it would be very displeased. I don't know yet, but whatever it is, I know it will be okay, because this cat will be there. Listen, it's a big thing petting a high-grade cat like this. There's no telling how it'll react. But then, if you need to do it, of course, who am I to stop you from petting a cat? Probably for the best, Herschel, honestly. You're thinking very short-term, Herschel. I'm disappointed. Seriously. In my new position, I've developed a number of very highly placed sources. Very sneaky. But I'm in no position to share that information at this time. Your old friend Ignatz has been moving up in the world. I'm on a very complex and sensitive assignment on behalf of my new employer. Secret treaties will be discussed in a matter of days in this very apartment. Your old asset Ignatz is here, preparing the field, so to speak. Fucking leaks, Herschel. Unbelievable. Who was it? You can't blame me for trying, Herschel. I'm a go-getter, you know this. Nice try. You know I can't tell you that. Don't worry. It is not the bank. A man's got to know who he is and who he isn't. Otherwise, who is he? Please, Herschel, that's a very offensive term to use. Some of them are very honorable people. Servants of the state, like you. Maybe. There are many states of mind after all, but only one state of being. In any event, it's a very unusual arrangement. I'm basically de facto lead on this assignment. Currently, I'm overseeing the sanitation technicians. It may seem pedestrian, but in reality the responsibility could only be handled by someone at the level of de facto lead. You see before you the aftermath of a soiree organized by the owner of this place, Mr. Reno, and those leaky enter animals. My new employer suspects some pre-game enter mindfuckery. Work with me and I'll tell you all about it. These aren't normal cleaners, Herschel, despite how you may perceive them. If they came in their true form, it would arouse many suspicions. Herschel, you have such a silly and wild imagination at times. I guess we'll never find out who is in those suits. Rituals of good living. I light candles to Aldebaran, who governs the hustle. I work out at the gym. I don't discharge my essence too often. It is all in the routines. Please, Herschel, let's not act like we're not both people of the world. You attempt to prey on my vulnerability to words of affirmation. Very underhanded, yet effective. It's really too bad we aren't working together on this. Think like an animal, Herschel. They don't look at the stars and ask themselves if they are really alone in the universe. They just drag themselves from sick pleasure to sick pleasure. Distractions from having to fathom their place in a dark and endless universe. Pretty fucked up, if you ask me. I saw this thing on TV the other day, about pink dolphins. Did you know pink dolphins are all drug addicts and sexual deviants? I knew I was right to seek you out. You could say that, Herschel, but that is also a gross reduction of the truth. These days, one must think in all 4 dimensions to keep up with the latest advancements. It may sound mad, but only because I've trained myself to see into their twisted minds. The bankers are backwards people, so you have to think in reverse to understand their moves. It's very straightforward. I'd like you to take some wildlife photography. I would like to see some leaky animals in their natural habitat, doing what such animals do. Oh, Herschel, where has the passion gone? Where's the vim, the vigor? This is not inspirational, not at all. But fine, I'll indulge. One of the men providing physical security for these upcoming talks is a carabinero rat. He's leaking information to his controller.
That wasn't too difficult to spell out now, was it?
I need a photo of this leaking in action. The carabineros act as enter security detail for the upcoming talks, and just like their masters, are notorious for their unreliability and corruption. I suspect the carabinero rat is readying itself to jeopardize the discussions. If you accept the job, I'll tell you all about them. Herschel, you of all people should know that power differentials matter. My new employers have trusted me with this site here, which is of much greater importance.
The wall of glass behind him is quite something.
Seriously? Does the opera expect you to subsist on charity? Things must be even worse under post-historical materialism than they say. Fortunately for you, I will be supplying the camera on this assignment. This is a one-time opportunity. I need you committed before this place is cleaned up. I'd hate for you to miss out on a chance for us to collaborate again. I have ascertained the filthy carabinero, and I have also ascertained his controller. All you need to do is get them on film together. If you prove yourself a capable sub-lead, I'm sure we could come to some mutually beneficial and totally unofficial agreement. Everyone comes out ahead, except the leaky animals. I get rid of a problem, and you'll receive some information that will make your life and the opera's much more interesting. Maybe back home you are, but the opera's stuck in their old way. You need the skilled, gentle, and contemporary hand of Ignatz to guide you. Very good, Herschel. The animal you're looking for always wears half his uniform, even of ours. You'll know him by his corrupt, sleazy demeanor, his dead eyes, and dark, floppy hair. Truly, an unappealing individual. In a proper society, he'd be euthanized or at least kept indoors. A local woman, about your age, with a mole on her cheek. It took all my skills and training to ascertain their true identity. They meet every day on the bridge that's east of the bazaar roundabout. A great place for some filthy fucking animals to do their leaky business. You'll need to use this camera. It's a very special piece of technology, but the film inside of it is even more special. Make sure you use it.
How about a self-portrait or a still shot of a beautiful landscape?
My new employers have different ideas about privacy and conscience than you or I. But I can't judge. Another man's house, another man's rules. They're trying to build a post-historical final society, with a final man as its subject. So naturally they can't have old-style thoughts going around. That's how I understand it, at least.
A psychographic camera.
It's not like here or in the superblock, Herschel. My new employers do not fuck around. They have cameras everywhere, taking photographs with this exact film.
A machine to picture the inner workings of the soul. A miracle of light, glass, and chemicals to preserve that which has so rarely been known.
Please, Herschel. The poor woman does not exist. It's a mere fabrication by the lonely, deprived mind of a small business owner. No. A de facto counterintelligence lead cannot risk being seen in the same place twice. Our enemies are very attuned to patterns, and so forth. Once you've got the photos developed, meet me on the rooftops of the housing campaign. Any night. Just one quality photograph of the carabinero leaking in the wild will do. Make sure you get the woman too, his controller. And try not to call attention to yourself. These are highly dangerous individuals. I'm sure I don't need to explain. Tempo, our old crewmate. What about him? What do you mean, dead? I've no idea what you're talking about, but I do know people usually receive what they deserve. Like me, with this job.
Despite the verbal evasions, his manner is genuine. He doesn't know anything about Tempo's demise.
Besides, I figure he's just disappeared again. Probably on vacation. Normally, Herschel, I would have to keep all of this under wraps. But since you and I go way back and are totally cool, and now working together, I can tell you all about it. Mr. Reno will host talks between La Luz and Emter here on matters of world historical import. May have to rewrite the textbooks, if you know what I mean. You're much better than I expected. But I also expected you to be very good, Herschel. I knew I wouldn't regret recruiting you for the job. It's great to be on the same page, isn't it? Up here in the big leagues.
Around you, cleaners continue their work diligently. Monks in thermoplastic robes, carrying blunt machines.
You're probably thinking, how did my old pal Ignaz best me? This is what I mean by observations. I've been extremely diligent in my observations. Herschel, it's okay to admit that this intellectual tete-a-tete has left one of us wounded. Something very like that. I understand he gets the right to certain highly coveted flight paths. Men like Reno, they know how to make money coming and going. I trust this will stay between us, Herschel, seeing as we're friends and all. Very good. I'll be waiting. It's a pleasure to be working together again.
You have never. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
I'll print. I'll be here if you require anything. I'll print.
No idea. You're a bit congested, it seems.
I'll be here if you require anything.
Oh, you're back. Of course. He's the cleaning coordinator. I've been assured the Lusians are handling his bill. Oh, so he's their in-house contractor. That makes sense. My God. Where did you find this?
Ah, the eccentric rods. Tricky. But this is a very credible repair job.
Thank you. You have no idea what this means to me. This is such a relief.
His eyes well up as he turns his back to you, gently cuddling the model train. His shoulders rise and fall as he sighs.
Be well.
Oh, you're back.
This is a certain O-scale replica, of which only 15 commemorative models were ever cast, by Tovarna Radosti no less. You need to know everything. Forensic analysis.
Custom. Hey. 5.4 meters by 2.7 meters by 3.6 meters. Still should have gone bigger, I think. Picture glass domes filled with jubilant engineers, miners, and scientists, all wading to the chrysanthemum sorrow as it shoots past them in its heroic, transparent tube. Some have brought their whole families. Each person has distinct features. You won't find two that are alike. A child with a dinosaur skull for his head is pointing his finger at the black sky where a giant looms. Beads of tears, not unlike the glass domes, clinging to his pupils and outstretched palms. Oh, the mise-en-scène is really quite spectacular. I keep the basing at a separate location. Thank God I didn't have that transported here. I think you know the answer to that.
Obviously plastic.
I haven't had a chance to varnish it yet. I kind of like how it looks without. If it feels so wrong, why does it feel so right? You know what I'm saying? People think pleasure and satisfaction are the same thing. They're not. Satisfaction often requires counterintuitive measures. With models like these, there's always something else. Be well.
Oh, you're back.
You don't have the money. You need to make this about something else. What does he want?
A logical fallacy. Wealth transcends need. That's the point. But money is, of course, immaterial. A stand-in for debit or credit. It's the debit, ultimately, that is important.
He looks around his apartment. hands upturned in front of him, as if beseeching the world for something you may owe.
Borkibel. Forget the 2 million.
This cat thing must be really upsetting him. He's lost it.
Just pick me up a bag of boar kibble, please. You can have the papers. I just need the kibble. It's less a catch. More, well, the kibble. It's in the animal zone.
Lightning flash thunder. A crackle of electricity in the air.
It's the exotic pet shop to the west of the bazaar. It's... well, you see. These exit papers. I need a name and a photograph.
He takes the postcard and pauses, a look of recognition flashing across his face.
Cool. Dangerous, certainly. You're picking up where Tempo left off. He brought her here once. She played the piano for us. It was rather lovely, much nicer than her standard L-pop fare.
It's hard for him to remember. He swallows, tucking the postcard into his shirt pocket with a strange gravitas.
Tempo almost cried even. Borkibel. Yes, this photo will do just fine. But she'll need a new name too. What will it be? Is that what awesome is? I see. I never quite knew. Should work. I'll make a note of it.
Absolutely not. Are you out of your mind?
Chrysanthemum sorrow is priceless to me.
I will not part with it.
Sure. I'll be here.
You return to the disused storefront. You return to the disused storefront. You slip your lockpick into the keyhole at the bottom of the shutter. You hear it click open. There's a loud metallic clank, and then it lifts up, surprisingly smooth. Thick spiderwebs stretch and break. You duck low beneath the shutter and out of sight. Amid the chaos and disrepair, the ghost of what this room used to look like emerges for a moment. Walls lined with cages large and small, the faux rainforest cacophony of chirps, squawks, and yips. And in the center of the room, a circle of people crowding around a brightly lit patch of floor. By day, a normal pet shop. On weekend nights, they used to clear out a space for invertebrate death matches. Mostly beetles, occasionally a tarantula. Ramses used to love this stuff. The perfect balance of pointlessness and grit. The competitors are released. Suddenly, Ramses leans in and exhales. A pressurized column of smoke strikes the floor and expands, enveloping the insects in heavy grey-brown billows. For a moment, stillness. Suddenly you hear an awful chainsaw buzzing. The two beetles begin to whir like enraged wind-up toys. Your words ring out in the empty space. The room is back to its current state of disrepair, still vaguely smelling of animal fur. The memory is gone, and so is Ramses.
Your presence is weak. Fate delivers me an unworthy adversary.
The creature's eyes glow with cunning flame. Its ears tuft delightfully in every direction. Long grey toes ripple over a mountain of trinkets as it inspects you. A puppet. There's someone hiding in the pile beneath it. Broken cages everywhere. This could be an escapee. On closer inspection, its eyes are no less cunning and its ears no less delightful. Its tail swishes arrhythmically behind its back.
End will be worse, as will middle. Tremble before the majesty of my realm and of me.
Is this the dog thief? It is standing on what looks like a pile of stolen goods. Hard cut to his tiny face. Crash zoom. His golden eyes flash.
I'm the king of trade! Realm shrouded in the fog of economic war. Wage it. Keep your nonsense questions. Show me your objects. Ahaha! Fragile foe. Prove it in skirmish of value. Not talk. Business correspondence.
Remember the box of dubbed martial arts tapes that one of your mother's work friends smuggled in for you when he came to visit in '79? And how did Johnny Chasm sound?
Ahaha! I do as I do. Unthwartable schemes forever.
Indeed.
Secret sources. Knowledge denied.
Where else would it get this stuff?
Concept beneath notice.
His eyes flare, his lip curls.
And all challengers welcome. Foolish question. Screams cannot be traded. This is not a squat. This is a lounge.
He goes very still briefly, while you admire his pose.
Monarchly. Yes, yes. Challenger enters. Commence economic combat.
He wriggles his toes, drawing your attention to the pile of miscellaneous objects atop which he stands. A sneer waves impressively across his jagged lips. He rummages into his pile of stuff and brings out a paper hat, folded into a peak.
Symbolism unnecessary. Monarchy absolute. Apart from shame.
He closes one eye to consider you, carefully, before lifting a strappy leather harness from his collection.
Dynamic yet functionless.
Buried among the pile, you spot your prize. This wolf's face is nearly covered by a dark, sweeping mane. She's dressed for battle in jeweled armor, but her snout is stretched in a yawn. On the side of the cup in curling letters, Dream Wolf. Tears gather at the corners of her green eyes. You spot a bag of boar kibble, 5 kilograms of it, stuffed inside a bird cage.
Nonsense words. Shattering imbecile ignored. Ah, the scepter!
The monkey rummages his heinous little hands through his objects and produces a long, light blue tube, the end a horribly rubbery pink. You can read the words, Pre-Breeder 6ZR on the side.
Heavy weapon. Vanquish many foe.
The pre-breeder begins to vibrate in his demonic half-balled mitts. He swings it around a few times, then wrestles it back off again. The monkey bares his teeth at you. Tourist trinkets, veterinary tools, a detached bicycle wheel, brightly coloured soft drink cans. It looks like a dinosaur rampaged through a shopping mall, and this is its dung. The monkey bares his teeth at you. He flicks his ears in excitement.
Amass increasingly desirable objects.
You're talking to a monkey. You're going to have to ask specific questions if you want helpful answers.
Shiny containers reveled in. Contents ignored. Only most premium goods desired. Legs and head unadorned. Alpha face gear admired.
Legwear? A mask?
Condescend at peril. Everyone is bad at everything, yet to find worthy companion.
Is it a companion that he's looking for?
Ponder short while only. I grow impatient. Ah ha ha! Commence it! Shiny trade! Pleasing hinged open function. Accept! Snake! Snake! Then they will be Boss King Siggies!
He takes the pack gingerly between his atrocious thumb and forefinger, then flings it away onto his pile.
See? No fear.
He grabs the bag of boar kibble with both hands and tosses it to you, a few pellets of kibble spilling across the floor.
Useless pellets. Consumption despised.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
False wolf admired. Must trade fair. Variation in packaging proposed. Pleasing crinkle. Enjoyable sound. Meaningless standard.
He digs the wolf cup out of the pile and throws it into the air, watching with glee as you scramble to catch it.
Pointy goblet repelled!
He flicks his ears in excitement.
You are puny. Prove yourself. Snakes and shinies already obtained. Ah ha ha! Displeasure upon you. Disappointment! Farewell, combatant.
You've got the cable. Yes, thank you. Of course. Just one more thing. There's something I want you to see. Shake that bag of kibble you have there, would you? It's a catio. A cat patio. I got it so she could enjoy the fresh air, but well, she didn't take to it. It's quite the opposite. Please, just do it. It's true that you should never shake kibble at ground level, but we're safe up here. Here, I'll take that. He'll squeal if you're too long about it.
He pours kibble into 3 large flower pots, then edges them towards the cage with his fur.
I found him going through the trash outside some weeks ago. My first instinct was to scare him away. So I clapped my hands together, but he just stared at me. So I brought him up. It is slightly non-standard, him being up here whilst I conduct business below. I haven't been completely honest with you. I knew who you were the moment you started asking after tempo. The opera can't. He was hoping you'd come. There. Tempo always said that in the matters of economy and culture, the upper hand is often gained by underhanded ways. This made him a lot of enemies, of course. I had to make sure you weren't one of them. Do you believe in the transmigration of souls? Life, death, business. There's very little distinction between them. I'd expect a friend of Tempo's to appreciate that. That's a very cynical perspective, even by my standards. I believe that when we die, our souls rise up through the atmosphere and into the void of space, where they lay waiting. To be reborn, of course. Some find themselves locked in high orbit for thousands of years. Others bounce right off the moon. Whatever happens, our souls will always return. He'd become more erratic in those final weeks. It was always on and off. We fought about something or he fought with me. But I always thought that it would be the two of us. No, that would be a bit silly now, wouldn't it?
The wealthy and controversial entrepreneur shifts back and forth. He doesn't respond.
I've been more concerned with where it'll go. I hope that's towards wherever Tempo is. Maybe our souls will chase each other through asteroid belts. We'll orbit the moon together. Or we'll be back here, as a boar, as a cat, maybe as a pair of fishermen. Our souls will be together in every lifetime. I don't even remember. Once we had a spat about... what was it? The hot tub, I think. Whether or not I needed a bigger one. I said he just needed to watch his weight. He stormed out of my apartment with one of my model trains. Then spent the next month mailing me photographs of it, getting involved in completely historically inaccurate railroad incidents. There's nothing else left but to make peace. But I'm sorry. He was your friend too. I know you were close. How are you feeling? Yes. But it would never be enough, would it? One last conversation, one last kiss, one last evening. Right. Why you're here after all. Please. I hope you get the girl out safely. Tempo would have wanted that, I think. Not that I always knew his heart, but... Good. Good. Thank you for coming up here. I'm sorry for all this. I'm very tired. Well, good luck to you.
A lot of to-in and fucking throw-in, Hirsch. Thanks, Hirsch. These look legit. I don't have that. I won't be paying up. The world can fuck itself.
She grins. Her face suddenly seems lighter to you, and young again. Her voice is pleasant as ever, but it fails to grip anything within you.
Guess I'll be seeing you around, Hirsch. Maybe in another 5 years, knowing how you fucking operate.
She opens up her cigarette packet and extracts two. One she hooks on her lip, the other she slots behind an ear.
I'm getting her to Central, then to long distance. Then I'm coming back here. Place wouldn't last a week with cunts like Petre and Carmona left unchecked. Hirsch, wait. Something that's been playing on my mind. That photo of you all, the one in Tempo's office. Why do you take that? Aren't you all spies? If you say so, Hirsch.
She looks at you for a long moment, working up to something.
This big play you're putting together. Take me with you. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Slabbing this cultural minister you told us earlier in V's room.
Oh yeah, you did let it slip back there.
Great. Then I trust your instincts. Put me on the fucking team. I can do a good job, like Tempo would've. Name is still idiotic, but fuck yes, awaiting. I'll see V to the station. Then I'm down for whatever, Cascade.
The two girls glance at each other, then nod. They're ready. Time to leave them to it. Modded tape deck with antennae to pick up the cricket's signal. Signature Ramsey's engineering. Zero budget precision. Wretched and ingenious. He slides right back into his old skin. The old act awakens dormant pathways to tactile memory. Even the pulse returns to his palsied hands. Warm electrical hum, a heavy click and the rush of ambient noise enter in as the receiver is picked up.
Bored?
Ramses nods absent-mindedly, his focus on the recording.
Aha! Got you! Reptiles. Pass this on to the nuts at the top. Send all the collectors you want. Send your best collectors. I will be waiting.
The spike of the receiver slamming pierces your eardrum like an ice pick. Among listening devices, he's back in his native element, if only for a moment. Stripped of his wounds, back raw into danger. Static, click.
Gonzalo, you miserable bastard. Is that you?
Have you been today, Marcella?
Guttural, breathless, and somehow strained, as though in the middle of some physical exertion.
Yes, Gonzalo. I have bathed twice, and I'm not falling for this today. Not after the stress of dealing with my fucking unfaithful husband's businesses.
Cumulatively, Ramses has listened to more phone sex than you will ever have in your life. As ever, he has a remarkable ear for the rhythms, the things that slip. Your asset makes a sour face, but says nothing, his eyes fixed on the tape player.
For the last time, and I promise, the next one will be accompanied by some dramatic act of self-destruction. I have never once been unfaithful. If anything, I displayed an excess of fidelity.
She's my fucking sister, Gonzalo.
The suggestion of usable information is cruelly whisked away.
Exactly. You and I are bound by an insane pheromonal determinism, Marcella. Don't you see? Anyone who shares your genes is subject to the same inexorable pull. Frankly, it would be weird if I hadn't fucked her.
Gonzalo, you sick, violent man.
You know what I need at the end of a long day, Marcella. Come on.
What about my day, Gonzalo? Your fucking supplier.
Target acquired. Ramses' ears perk to attention by your side.
Don't talk to me about my fucking supplier right now. I've already injected myself with the formula. You know the one.
He scares me, Gonzalo. I don't know that I want to deal with him.
Don't speak to me about those fucking people right now. I told you, it's the driver you deal with, not the Azzurri.
But Gonzalo, he has my number.
God curse you, woman. Already I'm starting to lose sensation in my lower body. You can do what you want with it, Marcella. It's yours.
Oh, you sick fuck. You would paralyze yourself for me?
I already have.
And you leave me to run your businesses alone?
All you need to remember about the business is the passphrase, Marcy. That's it.
Derrotado, pero inclaudicable.
Roughly, defeated, but incapable of surrender. Every little act a show of defiance in the face of imagined enemies, down to even his passphrases. You can almost taste those anticonvulsants.
That's all there is to it. Those words through the party alley payphone. Make sure you do it at night this time. And you never need to hear that man's voice again.
Ugh, fine.
Now come on. I'm as hard as a rock, but unfeeling, unresisting, vulnerable to anyone who wanted to do something to me.
All sense of humor is gone. All he wants is to go chasing after those meds.
My legs are gone. My groin is numbing. From the waist down, I'm yours. Soon, I'm going to lose the upper body, and this phone will slip from my hands. You better be here when it does.
Unnameable homemade concoctions surround the motor cortex and zero in for the kill.
Ah, you depraved man. But what if somebody cuts you while you can't move? What if they wound you?
Then I would be fucked. Utterly fucked. Helpless as a cripple. Get over here. Now!
Marcella's breathing deepens to the beginnings of panting. Suddenly, the line goes dead. A recent darkening night, Dr. Gonza waits in his office chair, unable to show his usual bravado, unable even to say, bored. He surrenders to the sadistic mercies of whoever and whatever comes through his door. Again, a soft click precedes the wash of room tones seeping in, and the sound of someone breathing.
Hello? Hello? Who's there?
Doctor, help me! Do you remember the first year at the hospital? The little girl whose tummy was hurting really bad.
Sweet mercy, that's no human waveform.
It's me, little Cecilia Paz. My daughter trusted you. Doctor, I trusted you, and you let me die, bleeding out on the slab.
I know it's you, Gonzalo.
Fuck you! It's not me. I mean, no, Doctor, it's me, Cecilia.
The illusion's gone. You can hear him slurring.
You are drunk, Gonzalo. You need to stop doing this.
Where's my appendix, Doctor?
Slam. The receiver crashes. Your eardrums can't take much more of this. It's not just about this call. He's only now remembering that this is his element. For a moment, he'd forgotten how weak he is. Synaptic roots light up. A grid of variables emerges. Timing, sightlines, crowd density. That part was self-evident. That's why you didn't think of it. This was not a failing on your part. Do not admit to it being a failing. With a loose plan in place, Ramses takes in a big breath and exhales, punctuating whatever he's feeling with a couple of steady nods. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade.
A ripple through your heart. She remembers. Spoken from experience.
I suggest you don't submerge yourself in your darkest and most painful parts. It's not very healthy. Ah, so you haven't changed that much after all. Very fair point. Was there something else? Yes? What do you need? As in Nestor's failed launch? Excellent. There must be archives still in the Pittle tract, surely. Certainly. But do get that information, Cascade. Excellent. I hope you get what you need from them quickly. All right? Fine.
Having a number of side things to achieve can help with your overall psychological balance. Small pips of easy pleasure. Even more daunting than collecting. Such a set is the task of arranging and displaying it. Unless, of course, you rotate them regularly.
I suppose that's a reasonable goal, so long as you don't lose sight of your assignment. Was there anything else?
chewing the inside of her cheek.
An unprofessional question.
Her sigh crackles in your ear.
It was fine, almost over. I packed a supper for the train home. Nothing special, just my usual. It's a long journey, not much to see, nothing to do. Especially after dark. Mostly just my own reflection in the glass. City lights zipping by. It's peaceful.
The heavy thud and sway of the Cohilan National Railway. She knows every jerk and bend along the route.
Maybe. I've certainly had the thought. What would I do if I saw you one day? At large in Ovessa like a real person, and not just a little photograph paperclip to a file.
An overlong silence. Damn.
It isn't. Or the latest one isn't. I don't know when they replaced it. 92, maybe?
When you were the worst disaster of yourself.
You look angry, but also quite fragile. Like you've woken up in someone else's body. I like it. Nothing. I'm sure, but I can't. My job is to be your tether, not just to the opera, but to yourself. In theater, work can be excruciatingly lonely. You spend all day hiding yourself from the world, acutely attuned to a million possible threats. It's amazing. I don't know how any of you do it. I can't be your connection to yourself if you're also connected to me. I said what you do is amazing. Now, good night, Cascade. I'll drink to your health.
A click, and she's gone.
Operant.
Sweet, slightly pungent, reminds you of overripe apricots. All signs point to...
Excuse me? You're confused, Operant. You've probably just never smelt photographic toner before.
Negative. Toner has a sulfurous odor. Rotten eggs.
I've been rumbled.
She produces a small brown glass bottle and sets it on the counter.
It used to be a respectable habit, you know. Prescription. I don't see why a little rag now and then should be a big deal. Come off it. It's perfectly safe as long as you don't forget to sip water. All the same, I suppose it does look a touch unprofessional. Let's not tell Melita.
I'll be here if you require anything.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. You reach for the crumpled page.
Yeah?
It's Gonza's wife, the one he was speaking to on the long wiretap. She may know something about the supplier.
Hello? You there? Oh, Emmy. It's Marcella. Gonza must have called you when he was here. What's with your voice? Have you been smoking?
Instant, no mistaken recognition. The character is prepared for you.
What happened? Did he wind up at your place again?
No need to delve too deeply. Just get to talking about the supplier before she senses something amiss.
Are you fucking with me?
Ice water sobering from the inside out.
The wholesale stuff? With the Azores? Did he now? Oh, he's dead. He's fucking dead. Not only does he have me dealing with that fucking voice that makes my skin crawl, if I complain about it even once, he passes it on to you and doesn't even tell me?
She's drifting off into her own rage sphere. You might be able to suss out one more detail before this call implodes upon you.
No, bastard is him winding up at his first wife's house every other week. That I can live with. This is a death wish. You stay right where you are, Emmy baby. I'm gonna stab the motherfucker in the stomach.
Sex and murder drives coming through muddled and strong. The line goes dead before you can say anything back. There was no chance of getting more than that out of her. You know that there is a wholesale supplier, that there is a process for placing the order with him, and that Gonza's wife is in charge of making contact. That is as much as you could hope to glean from this call. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno-tailed dolphin eyes you expectantly. You reach for the crumpled page.
Yes. What is the ailment?
Every vowel turned into a diphthong, unmistakable Azuri accent. It could not be more obvious. This is him, Gonza's wholesale supplier.
Ah, very well. I will send a driver. 30 minutes. Got it? 3-0.
The streets exhale around you. The shouts of partygoers slacken and music thins to echoes. Beyond Party Alley, your asset awaits your signal. Further south, past the fraying edges of Party Alley, a man in a crisp tracksuit climbs into a heavily loaded tuk-tuk. He adjusts the rearview mirror and checks himself. Verdict: dope. The interval before Ramses picks up is not even a full ring. Despite the quick answer, his voice sounds as though he's just emerged from sleep. Behind you, you hear the faint scrape of boots on old bricks. A hit to steady the fibers can't hurt, just a small one. Ramses' lighter flicks as he inhales. Red veins glow along the joint spine. You take in smoke like a measured breath, just enough to douse your lungs. The crepitating telephoto lens of your mind widens as your circuitry slackens. Did it mean nothing? Warmth streams into your chest, carrying with it weight and the faint promise of reprieve. A few thoughts scatter like loose paper on an empty train platform. Whatever you were trying to open remains shut. In its place, a deflection. Time dilates as you both stand there, smoking in silence, a strange tension bouncing between your hazy outlines. You almost forget that you were waiting. Eventually, from down the street, the faint rumblings of a tuk-tuk grow louder. Headlights appear. With a flick, it's gone. The tuk-tuk slows to a near stop. The driver, heavy-set, or wearing thick clothing. The passenger seat is empty. It's about all you can see. No flickering lights from nearby windows. No other tuk-tuk lingering by. Low chances of passers-by intruding at this hour. Near ideal conditions for an ambush. A cloud of exhaust hangs in the still air before dissipating. The vehicle sits motionless. He doesn't know who you are. No need to say a word. Just do it. No need for any more talk. Get it over with. With a space to look, he glances over at the figure off the side, then shakes his head. Don't let this get ugly. Not after what he told you about Vesper. You map the angles from gutters to rooftop, scanning for lurking silhouettes and blind spots. If he has backup, they're well hidden. Years worth of medication. With proper storage, the expiration dates shouldn't be an issue. Quickly, you and Goat Eyes split the crates on the back of the tuk-tuk. As you drive away, you look at the passenger seat, where Ramses looks tired but content. He's already helped himself to the meds. The engine sputters as you park the tuk-tuk. You pull the key from the ignition and the world stills. Water laps gently against the shore. Ramses exits the vehicle with a cautious slowness. He rolls his shoulders back in a delicate stretch. He looks at you with a tired smile before shaking his head. If you care about him, the best thing you can do is step out of his way and let him rejoin life, regardless of what he wants. Ramsey's already survived you. Let him hold on to the years that remain. He nods firmly. It looks like a human skull frozen in mid-scream. Ritualistic symbols are inked all over, while at the top is what appears to be a mouthpiece. It's a talisman, not a functional object. It's imbued with whatever Ramses feels towards you. Your hand closes upon the clay bulk. With a loose fist, Ramses taps his chest twice and mutters words in Rustamian. You turn away from each other. The night air cools your face as you step forward. Portofiero's lights pulling you back into their orbit. Copper light spilled across Party Alley. With the tip of his cigarette, Vespar indicated another building. He'd lost track of how many.
Love Hotel. That one was cinematic.
He looks to you, half a smile on his face.
Double murder. Couple months ago. The man was a baby-faced boyavik of the Azuri mob. The woman was married, not to him. Both shot in bed. He was alright. Little bit. He was a fast riser among the Azuri. Had some funny stories. Couldn't drink for shit. He would have made a great snitch. His gun was still holstered, tangled up in his pants.
Certain deaths can't help but take on a metaphorical quality.
Ah, well. Let's fucking go.
You have arrived at Este's doorstep. It's dark. You won't endear yourself to her by knocking now. Come back in the daytime. Look down at this cunt. Show him he's beneath us. We are gigantic. Catching the look in your eye, Septimus shifts his stance. Weight on the back fur. Spittle in your barrel. Who knows where that mouth has been? A cityscape of machinery stretches into the room. It appears homemade, bound with tape and guile. Pipes transfer liquids from one server to another as you watch. This is bootlegging equipment? No way. Look at all this power, this sheer twinkly energy. It's cooking something groovy. And in a chair at the center of it all, Carolina, IV drip in her arm, headset plugged into the machine. Pale skin stretched taut over the tendons in her hands. Her fingers twitch, her lips move. Wordless, disjointed mumbling. If you didn't know beforehand, then you might not recognize her as Carolina Arbe. But it's her, absorbed into communion with the machine. Clearly not. You put your hand on her shoulder and shake, gently. She doesn't respond to your touch. She doesn't. You look back toward the machine. You take in the patchwork of gadgetry, vials, tubes. As you look more closely, your eye catches on a label, then another. Property of Portofino Sleep Study Lab 89. Do not remove. Evidence of you everywhere, like fingerprints in blood. An assortment of media flashes across the screens. Movies, music videos, art, series, reruns. Playing at the same time, scanning faster than you can keep up. The screen hums with salt circles, sigils in the pumps, braids of hair woven into the wires. Told you there's something awesome happening here. Get involved. The labels on the sleep study components identify them as dream recording devices, an REM inducer, and cameras designed to record your mind's eye. She could bootleg her own dreams with this thing. transcendently ill, but look at the chalk markings. You turn away from Carolina and her equipment. The screen glows behind a pane of bulging glass, patiently awaiting instructions. The function keys are all incomprehensible. Her boyfriend must know how it works. You produce a muffled rapping noise and a slight pain in your knuckles. It's not a door, you pathetic ape. The screen flashes with complaint. Nothing else happens. You back away from the console. You return to Carolina's bootlegging equipment. You turn away from Carolina and her equipment. You return to Carolina's. You turn away from Carolina and her... You return to Carolina's bootlegging equipment. Wire going to head. Head wire. Boss wire. Follow head wire. A thick cable with hair, twigs, and beads braided throughout. It's easy to spot. You follow it to its terminal and take hold. Get her out. Out. You tug, lifting the cable smoothly out of the paw. The screen beside flashes. Quickly, letters appearing. Stop. The screen goes black. Disconnected. Carolina stirs in her chair. She swallows, rubs her face, gasping for air. Her eyes find yours. She blinks, breath ragged, looking out at you through her fingers. She blinks, falters, her head longs. When she looks back up to you, her eyes are a roadmap of blood vessels. Wonderful. She's so over the crew falling apart and getting tortured that she doesn't even remember. Her attention wanders back towards the screens, back to you. She strokes the headset a few times to demonstrate. She isn't listening. Her eyes roll toward a point in the middle of her face. Her lips move as if she's soundlessly repeating a conversation to herself. She looks at you. Chronic sleep deprivation. She's half mad. She looks down, unable to keep your gaze, says nothing. She shakes her head frantically. Her expression cracks, breaks, splits at the seams. Assessing these servers while she's plugged into them might allow you to see what she gave up. Help the poor thing confront this nightmare. It's killing her. She does not respond. Said with authority and pleasure, a problem solved. She puts her headset back on and settles into her chair. You return to the console. The screen flashes with complaint. Nothing else happens. You back away from the console. You return to Carolina's bootlegging equipment. She twitches in her chair, oblivious to your presence. You turn away from Carolina and her equipment. You return to the console. You back away from the console. You return to Carolina's bootlegging equipment. She twitches in her chair, oblivious to your presence. You turn away from Carolina and her equipment. You tap her headset. She lifts it to peer at you. She puts her headset back on and settles into her chair. You tap her headset. She lifts it to peer at you. She puts her headset back on and settles into her chair. You tap her headset. She lifts it to peer at you. Maybe she'd open up if you seemed hip, younger, more like a peer than an authority. She puts her headset back on and settles into her chair. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. As you are about to drift off, the phone rings. You clumsily reach up and hold it to your ear.
Operant, are you busy?
A strange cadence. Uneasy syllables stumbling over a sloshing beat.
Ah, it is. Well.
She sounds quite drunk.
I just wanted to make sure you're still there. Good. That's very good to hear. Another operant was zeroed out in theater today.
Another.
No one you'd know. Hopscotch, our old hand in Mercia, executed by monotheists. Whole network lost as well. Yes.
A resonant thud. Heavy bomb glass on desktop.
Oh yes. We're all very sorry. It's a highly regrettable situation overall. Hopscotch will get their unmarked star at the Palace of Culture. Tonight, all the controllers will go out to the Hyacinth Bar and drink Vana Kohila until we can barely walk. Too early to say. Hopscotch hadn't checked in for 48 hours, so I called their magic box and a voice I'd never heard before answer. It was a woman, older, absolutely nonchalant, like a pensionaire's, I thought. I said I must have misdialed. And do you want to know what she said?
Of course you do.
It's all right, dear. Nothing to get hung about. Of course, that's when I knew Hopscotch was dead.
Feet swaying gently, a few feet above the ground. The left laces have come untied.
I'll remember her voice for a very long time. You already said that. Say something else. Brighten things up.
This took a very sad turn. It won't be easy to swing it back around. Life sparkles in death's presence, magnificent and fragile. Draw her close. Even if you survive this assignment and live for her to give you 100 more, you may never get another chance to bare your heart like this.
Don't talk shit, Cascade. I'm tired of pretending. There are dozens of other controllers. It would be the same with them.
An invitation rather than an accusation. You hear her breath so clearly that you feel its phantom on your neck, as far away as ever, and somehow within reach. You hear a sharp intake of breath. Goosebumps rise on your neck. It didn't seem like shock, but pleasure at the question, and then at the sound of your anticipation.
Cascade.
But for once, it sounds like a prayer.
I can't. I wouldn't be able to take it back. Operants perform better in theater when they share a bond with their controller. So, yes, the psychomancers recommended that we be paired.
So they recommended she be paired with Hopscotch too.
Or I for you. To them, it wouldn't make a difference which way around it was, if there's a difference at all. Efficiency, subtlety, speed, other things more difficult to quantify. Huh. A propensity to self-sacrifice is one, yes, but also a willingness to take great risks.
She makes a sound halfway between a laugh and a sigh.
Must we talk about work? I'm always working, Cascade. You're getting too comfortable. What would you like me to say? I have brown eyes, a high-arched nose, a pointed chin, a slight but constant frown, like I'm always considering a problem. I have blonde hair cut to my jaw.
That's you.
I'm also quite pale. So pale that the dark circles under my eyes quite suit me. Like decorations rather than insomnia. But I'm probably a little flushed at the moment. Yes, the psychomancer said you would. So how could I start now, when you're so close? It's Melita when you say it. Even though it's false, I can hear the intent of me on your lips. And that makes it true. Come on, don't do that.
She doesn't want you to stop. Laughter, golden brown.
You are reckless, undependable, disorderly. You once told me you recruit assets based on feel. You are terrible.
Adoration in every hair.
Don't do that.
She means it this time.
What do you imagine when you think of me? I don't feel like anything. I'm a ghost, an error. Even if you could hold yourself to me, wrap yourself in me, there'd be nothing. But then I wouldn't be me. Thank you for talking to me. I suppose tonight our roles were reversed.
The line deadens to a low, constant tone. It sounds like a lament. You tap her headset. She lifts it to peer at you. She puts her headset back on and settles into her chair.
Oh, it's you. What takes your fancy? Must be some party you're going to. You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
You return to the rack of clothing. Price tags rustle beneath your fingers.
Very nice. Anything else? Good choice.
The rack sags a little in the middle. You turn away from the rack.
Please, if you see Carolina, do let me know. And is she eating well? Does it look like she's getting enough sleep? Tell me, what's the matter? Both of us still unable to let the past go. Wait, if you see Carolina again, please tell her. She's always my daughter. Thank you. I appreciate it.
He gives you a slight nod, indicating that you may leave.
Oh, I suppose I haven't had that time. I hope that helps. Until next time.
My format-sensitive friend, how goes it? Superblock baby. The False Midnight. Impotent pop music reaching for political satire. One-hit wonder merchants. Plonky deadpan bass.
Only a moment's hesitation. This man may detest the majority of music, but his internal discography is formidable.
Check the shelf of despised subgenres under geopolitical novelties. Sure.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres. Geopolitical novelties, nestled between hairdresser music and gong use. You spot Superblock baby toward the back.
Just admiring the low-quality packaging? I prefer not to look at it myself.
You turn your attention away from the shelf.
You've come back.
Quite the sight. He came barging through not long ago. There he is, talking to one of the dock workers. The music vendor? Only briefly. I'm the GM. Aside from that, he seemed to be rooting around for something. Inspecting some of the crates as he went by. Of course. If you don't mind, do tell him that his lack of bottom half decorum is bothersome.
Whoosh goes the wind. The man offers you a look of great pity before turning away. You tap her headset. She lifts it to peer at you. Something in her breaks. You see it snap. She bares her teeth. Tears flow. Yes! Sleep study tech. This is gonna be so fucking gnarly. You hear birdsong, footsteps, a man's voice. You... She's shaking, tears streaming down her face. Probably easier to play into the delusion and find the figurine than try to change her mind. You return to Carolina's bootlegging equipment. You turn away from Carolina. You return to the console. You back away from the console.
You have returned for trade. You seek the unit.
The monkey descends into a series of gnashing shrieks and limb spasming in excitement and outrage at your quest.
Puny one. If you seek my prize, the unit, you must offer something of greater value.
The monkey reaches a mortifying fist into the pile of objects at his feet. The fist re-emerges holding a cosmonaut figurine.
Behold the unit. What have you for my best treasure to trade? Your soul is worth nothing here. You were taught by fools. Ah, ah, ooh, ooh. Oh. No mercy. Thief! Thief! Vanquish you!
The king pulls out his pre-breeder 6ZR, ready to defend his haul.
You are... Farewell, combatant.
You step back to the Tower of Plushies. There, wedged between a dolphin and a winking unicorn, the deformed shape of a monkey. It seems to belong at the next stall over, Malin's. You turn back to the bazaar.
Oh, it's you.
She produces a lovely little monkey from the stack beside her stall.
Cute gift. Enjoy your nice little monkey. Thanks for stopping by.
You have returned for trade.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
Commence economic combat. Oh, 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 oh.
Cooing softly, he makes grasping motions with his pointy hands.
Oh, Queen of Trade.
He cradles the plushie in his hairy, rangy arms before setting it carefully in his stash. He flings the tiny cosmonaut figurine at you.
Well met, foe. But the Queen and I bid you farewell.
She might be right. She clearly knows more than you. Her eyes settle on the cosmonaut. She hesitates. She takes the cosmonaut, smoothing her thumbs in an alternating rhythm over its torso. She nods. Her grip tightens on the figurine. Her nostrils flare. The shock of lost time returning to her. She doesn't look at you. Just replaces her headset and leans back, cosmonaut on her chest. Light refracts within your cornea. You are someone else, somewhere else. You cannot. Rope bites into your skin. The fibers damp with weeping flesh. Each movement sends a bolt of electric agony through your arms. A man and a woman look down at you and at each other. Intimacy and pleasure in their gaze when it connects. There are cages strewn over the floor.
She's confused. I told you not to hit her in the head. We just need a name, dear. Your opera handler. Who got you into this whole mess?
Knuckles dig swift into your eye socket and back out again. Next to your nose, something cracks.
For fuck's sake.
The room scrambles, fades, returns. You can feel something in your ears now. The woman caresses a device in her palm, and you can...
What did they promise you? Money? Did they tell you they'd make you a big-time communist operant? It doesn't have to be this hard.
The woman smiles, closes her hand around the device.
Don't pass out. Shit. Oh, there you are. Crappy. This is brand new. My design.
A white flash, cold. Static. The room buzzes, fades, clarifies.
She's shivering. The sepsis will kill her before we get anything.
He grabs your hair, forces your gaze downward. You see your bare chest, rotten and oozing. He massages pus into your open wounds with his knife. Still gripping your hair, he slams your head back. You open your mouth to gasp and he plunges his knife between your lips. You taste the rancid, wet crumbs of your flesh on its blade. Pieces of you splatter across his face, black and yellow. He wipes his face, then forces his hand back into your mouth. His fingers plug your throat, you choke. Vomit splutters out of your nostrils.
Did you like having his hand inside you? Do you want him to do it again? We'll say that his little girl told us that he was the head of the network. He'll die thinking you sacrificed him to save someone else.
drowning, like clawing your way through dark water, like you don't know which way is up. Your hair is drenched in sweat. Septimus soothes her, ignoring you. You watch as she sobs. She knuckles her eyes with such force, it seems as if she's trying to push them out. She smiles up at you, grateful and forlorn. He inhales slowly as he lifts up his hand in parallel to yours. He keeps tugging at his beard, engrossed in his thoughts, before suddenly shrugging. He gives a kind of shrug in which a slow nod is hidden. Symbols repeated over and over. A quiet process of attrition. All expression vanishes from his face. The wrinkle lines smooth over and the frown of concentration disappears. Not one to make idle promises. Once is enough for Ramses. He nods. A faded magazine cut out from a general interest digest from years ago. It shows a heavily feathered tribesman cradling a stubby flute, with the front end fashioned in the shape of a human skull. He beams at the sound of your approval. Slick crimson river of parted sinew and cartilage. With the utmost care, 2 strips of membranous tissue are ripped from the surrounding meat and tensed over a wood tuning peg.
Cascade. Ready and waiting to slap cunts. Also, this stiff bitch behind the bar keeps asking to see ID. I don't know any of these clowns, Hirsch. As long as I'm second in command, I don't care who tags along. Looks like the makings of a weird group, though. Shoved into locker tier motherfuckers. Happy to be here. Thought I kept recognizing the place, but I didn't know whether it was Tempo's memory or just me feeling at home anywhere bleak and dingy. What would he be doing right now, do you think? Sounds alright by me. Janky schemes all lined up until one of them fucks me for good. You should tell me more about him sometime. Maybe it'll make me feel more at home here. Not right now. Don't be a stranger, Hirsch.
The imprint returns. Oh, I said I would help you, didn't I? I'm a professional, fake Herschel.
It's like asking a child with no experience of the world who they'll work with. He has no frame of reference.
The real question is, can you work with anyone? Can I pick one? Fine. Let's see how your crew fares. Eagerly awaiting it. I'll be here.
Heads bent together, the man with dark floppy hair and the woman in the pelota jersey are lost in some private conversation. They match the description given by Ignatz, right down to the mole on the woman's cheek. The carabiniero murmurs something to her. She frowns. You cannot hear the exchange. In your hands, it feels consequential. The pair are totally focused on each other, oblivious to your presence. You can see that the woman is holding a silver medallion between the fingers of one hand. She's the bartender from the fogged mirror, Lucia. Bartender spy. The perfect position to watch and ask questions. Her cover must be deep. The back of her hand grazes the side of his face. He leans into the brief touch. The woman's head is solidly in frame, but unfortunately, the view is of the back of her blonde ponytail, rather than her face. Attracting attention is a risk, but a better angle may present itself. None the wiser to your presence, the carabiniero continues his monologue to his controller, who's turned her gaze to the ground between them. The pair are totally focused on each other, oblivious to your presence. The woman's head is solidly in. Attracting attention is a risk, but a better angle may present itself. The clatter of the bazaar drowns out the click of your fingers. Lucia's head turns to follow the high-pitched sound, but in the ambient white noise of the bazaar, she cannot pinpoint its origins. A press of your finger, the click of the lens, just as she blinks and he opens his mouth to say something. It is not one for the gallery spaces, but both of their faces are most likely visible. She closes her eyes. With your subjects none the wiser, you slip away. Sunlight strikes the peat-old tract in harsh lines. Foundations and half-built walls cast long, jagged shadows, their edges brittle against the bright sky. The remains of a community that was traded for a single shot at the sky. In the distance, Portafero's old rocket silo bores into the soil, a void outlined in concrete. And inside them, the records related to the Project Autonomia. Something tells you it won't get much better inside. Your footsteps crunch along the dirt and gravel. An old billboard, half collapsed into the dirt. A faded illustration dominates the frame. In one corner, a jumble of text and diagrams cling stubbornly. Amid graffiti and peeled paper, two figures point at a space rocket climbing towards the sun. The scene is awash in still vivid red and yellow. The couple's faces, although half erased, radiate pride and awe. Down below, glass towers lean over cobblestone streets and emerald parks, where hibiscus, plumeria, and jacarandas bloom in impossible abundance. Every path bends towards a luminous dome, glowing like a promise. A vision of a future stillborn. A message to Portaferans, attributed to Sweet Nestor himself. It begins with a proclamation. Behold, here stands the future of Portafero. A desolate expanse of half-built concrete shells and narrow streets wind into nowhere. Here grow the seeds of our collective glory. Soon our petal tract will bloom and Portaferans shall grasp the firmament together. See not foundations but the dawn of triumph. See not construction but a long overdue historical correction. Prosperity and autonomy beckon. Children not yet born are already grateful. The developed world will gawp at our triumph. Mourn not the past, for what awaits is our destiny. Nestorismo to the stars. Next to the old ruler's words, a graffiti reads Traidorismo. Another reads Boca de Mierda. After the rocket exploded live on the world's television screens, Sweet Nestor made bold televised speeches blaming foreign hands. By the time he boarded the helicopter that would ferry him to exile, he'd accused at least half the developed world of engineering the disaster. The date reads Deuteros 75. 6 months later, the clearing of the Petal Tract began. Over 20,000 residents were displaced, never to be relocated. Amid the half-eroded paragraph, the words destiny and historical correction endure, as if untouched by time. Portafero would have become one of the big boys of the developed world. On the billboard, the rocket is forever committed to the horizon. Nothing has exploded yet. Nothing has failed. The bushes sway in the breeze. The decaying panel groans. All around you, the vegetation of the Petal Tract slowly triumphs over the follies of men. Skin burnt pinkish, hardened to elephant hide by exposure to the city elements. Strong and unhealthy, a life form that would refuse to die if you crushed her. A giddy smile creeps into her face, like she's outsmarted you. Suddenly, she reaches into the pockets of her shorts and pulls out fistfuls of crumpled bills. Your hands close upon a mass of hard, crumpled paper. The scent of 100,000 grubby hands and the insides of cash registers. The fibrous toughness of paper indissoluble in water. There is nothing false about that money. She pulls out further fistfuls to demonstrate. A few bills roll away, but she doesn't even seem to notice. This is more money than you've seen since you arrived in Portafero. The roll's subject dissonance is too much. Your brain is incapable of processing it. Chill runs down your spine as the true meaning of her words sinks in. Somewhere in the streets of Keysok, a well-to-do teenager grips his little sister by the hand and scrutinizes the face of every beggar, every outcast squatting by a canal or hobbling through the alleys, wondering if, maybe... This is what remains after you have ripped out all attachments by the root. There's nothing to contemplate here, just the ramblings of a mad woman. Humor, Sub-Zero. Your brain recoils from the question with the terror of a Paleolithic huntress wondering what lies beyond the horizon. You do not want to touch the edges of your world. A minute passes. Another minute passes. She laps from the same pool as Malin's father, who got himself kidnapped after hearing about the phone that makes people disappear on this same show. Miss Bagman is the fibre of the web connecting all paranoia in Portaferro. Something flares in her eyes. The same sheen of keen paranoia, brightened threefold. You look into her eyes. She's not on anything chemical, but nor is she sober. This is a different kind of high. She really wants you to explore the silo for her. Metal shudders and groans beneath your feet, reverberating downwards. Red lights fade into nothing. Abandoned, dusty, throated by concrete. Hundreds of steps, winding, disappearing into pure darkness. As the null entity lured you into an obvious trap. A small measure to fend off the encircling dark. You look at the metal between your feet, a square grid that cannot contain the emptiness that surrounds you. As you consider the stairs, a beer bottle clangs against the railing, smashes. The old man laughs. Whatever light that slipped in from above has nearly drained away. You're entering the abyssal zone now, and your thoughts darken accordingly. In a windowless room far below, a thing crawls out of its tank. Slick grey skin over limbs too long, webbed hands. And on its back, a blowhole. A being with the strength of a bodybuilder combined with the echolocative powers of a cetacean. They won't stop there. Your tongue, your cheeks, your supple and delicious thighs. All of them dolphin-human hybrid hors d'oeuvres. If you're lucky, the hybrid will shit you into an urn. The air grows cooler and mustier with each level you descend. There are many, many levels still to go. You stand before an archival shelf. This one is labelled G. Its metal bays overflow with sagging dossiers, loose memos and soft-buckled binders. Your fingers skip across the brittle tabs. You comb through dozens of documents. It is slow, monotonous work. Until your index finger instinctively alights on a thick maroon folder. On its cover, a seal dulled to black, and a title, Proyecto Autonomía. Your jaw tightens, your molars grind against each other. Concentric circles, with words curving around the edges. Post-mission report, 77. Old wax flakes under your finger. Hundreds of heavily redacted sheets. An executive summary, various logs, telemetry, personnel files. The rituals of a bureaucratic autopsy. A brief survey of the document aligns with what you know. In 77, Portofino attempts to launch a manned weather satellite into orbit. However, within minutes. Redacted T+763, redacted. Vehicle, redacted. Crew, redacted loss. Redacted, critical, redacted. A note here indicates that while the explosion was visible from the ground, no sound was heard given the distance. The post-flight review suggests critical engineering faults led to the unscheduled dissolution of the spacecraft. No other details. For a moment, you're back in that classroom, staring at a great plume of smoke on a small screen. Rising and rising, until the feed abruptly cuts out. The entire crew is marked lost. Their names and positions are included on the next page. 1. Commander Esteban Roque, Flight Operations. 2. Lieutenant Ilya Markov, Payload Oversight. 3. Lieutenant Naira Cilia, Comms and Telemetry. 4. Dr. Juno Avre Straniak, Psychologist and Neurocognition Analyst. One of these things is not like the others. Dr. Straniak's responsibilities are listed as maintaining crew morale, ongoing performance management, and evaluating cognitive stress. Each sentence reads as if it was rehearsed for an already nodding audience. In the weeks before launch, he conducted multiple psychological evaluations of his fellow crew members, which are included here. The assessments are grouped and associated with each member of the crew. Commander Roque's self-worth tied to performance. Lieutenant Cilia exhibits maternal anxiety pattern and clings to her position as caregiver. While Dr. Straniak has concerns about Markov's dissociative tendencies, he suspects the trait may ultimately be beneficial. According to the remarks, entering sustained, prolonged host-reception state during which minimal autobiographical bleed-through is preferable. This isn't any psychology you recognize. It's all esoteric neuroscience and qualia. The clinical care of the descriptions is what chills you. The obsessive attention to each crew member's nuances and weaknesses. Across all 3 assessments, the language is strikingly consistent. He rates each of his colleagues for narrative identity, perceptual decoupling, and emotional flattening. The doctor circled his last name twice and wrote below it, Grenzen sind Illusionen, alles sich zurück. Boundaries are illusions. Everything looks back. It's the motto of the Polytechnic University of Treffe, one of the most advanced and controversial experimental psychology departments in the world. At the bottom of the page, a note. Additional notes may be found in Appendix D, AZK-11/05-J. Launch sequence begin, T-minus 10 seconds pre-ignition. Systems nominal, T++ 0 seconds ignition. T++ 85 seconds max Q passed. Telemetry is steady. T++ 150 seconds main engine cut off. T++ 155 seconds stage separation confirmed. T++ 160 seconds second stage ignition. A jagged cathedral, wreathed in smoke and flames, quivering against a bruised sky. Eyes meet across the cabin, the same terror and wonder reflected as metal screams around them. T++ 243 seconds, readings remain optimal as the vehicle ascends. T++ 260 seconds, redacted. T++ 271 seconds, redacted. Orbital velocity is typically achieved at the 8-minute mark. They weren't even close. T++ 292 seconds, reception lost. End. Discrepancy. What of the timestamp from earlier? It was nested among redactions. But not you. You flip back to the executive summary. There, buried among redactions. Redacted, T+763, redacted. Vehicle, redacted. Crew, redacted, loss. Redacted, critical, redacted. A difference of almost 9 minutes. Tucked in another page's corner, among unlabeled indices and hundreds of references, a table of timestamps. Plus 848 seconds, redacted. Plus 1,987 seconds, redacted. Plus 1 day, 1 hour, 12 minutes and 34 seconds. Redacted. And at the bottom of that list, plus 12 days, 21 hours, 53 minutes and 33 seconds. By the final timestamp, a footnote pointing to a document. See SUP Housekeeping and Transmission Storage, HKT-04/17-E. It must be here somewhere. You go over what feels like every folder on the shelf. Nothing matches the reference ID. The other shelves around you seem to lean in, as if expectant. You let the old shelf be. You approach two large archival shelving units labeled B and C. Pressed close together, they sit on recessed rails. According to these labels, shelving unit B consists of additional appendices, while shelving unit C is devoted to housekeeping and transmission. Here you go. This is where the old Spies reference ID pointed you. The exposed side of shelving unit C is nearly empty. Just a few emaciated folders and spiral-bound reports. If what you're looking for is still down here, it must be on the other side. They're too close together. You shine your flashlight beam into the narrow gap between them, but all you can make out are rows and rows of angular silhouettes. No joy. The old metal groans, but does not budge. You run your hand along the darkened gap and discover a small metal latch linking the two units together. An anti-tip system. That explains it. You disengage the lock on this shelf. The old shelving unit groans like a wounded bovine, but still refuses to budge. There must be another latch on the opposite side. The job's only half done. The exposed side. If what you're looking for is still down here, it must be on the other side. They're too close together. No joy. The old metal groans, but does not budge. You stare at the hatch under the operator's panel, unsure of how to proceed. The control panel hums in the corner, low and constant. An old control unit is bolted to the wall. Below the screen, faded block text is etched into a steel strip. DN 500, Archive Retrieval Unit. This is a retrieval unit, standard issue in high-density archives. The button should let you operate the shelves. Motors grind awake, and the shelves begin to move, together. The two shelves settle. The control panel blinks green. Are they attached somehow? Might be worth taking a look. The archival shelf lurches to the left, pulling its partner with it. The shelves come to a stop, still attached. One seems to be pulling the other. The screen keeps blinking, indifferent.
Cascade, you can see me?
Your former double gazes at you, stooped and slightly twisted. His hair looks like it exploded.
Okay, you can definitely see me. That's less than ideal. You could have been anyone. I've put a lot of time into psychogenic translucency. Yet another attempted dismantling by they. Predictable.
He takes you in with a blank expression. Deceptively blank. Just behind his perfect memory ticks and whirs like ancient clockwork.
Thanks for enduring the stares. I'm aware they're significant. I'm glad my fax reached you. I assume you destroyed it post-reading? You didn't receive my dispatch? So, as we stand here talking, there is currently a sensitive Miho communique abandoned in the receiver tray of Photo 24's public fax machine.
How did he know you were there?
Cognitively enhanced stagecraft.
Your former double stares blankly at you.
I forget nothing. It said one thing. If you didn't get that fax, what are you doing down here?
A laser beam of suspicion.
That's an encouraging start. I'm going to trust you, Cascade, but I don't like repeating myself. My message read, Cascade, possess information, brackets, critical, close brackets. Go all the way down, Miho. Which, I believe, catches us up to the now. The dreaming glass already mid-tilt. It's good to see you, by the way.
A brief grin irradiates his pale face.
A while.
There is a new mutedness to him, and new shadows too.
It's just a short-term arrangement. Joylessly. I also considered suicide, but, you know, the sixth type of ambiguity is my least favorite.
Sixth type. Something really, 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 really ambiguous.
How many times has the opera presented homicide as suicide? That's a rhetorical question. I know the answer. It is very good to see you, Cascade. Much too busy getting in.
His skin has the color and consistency of chalk. Your former double gauges you. The right side of his face twitches.
When I was a child, I had a book about a monstrous dragon that lived in an ancient well and only emerged to devour rainbows. After it ate them, the dragon became the rainbow. I read that book 53.5 times. I don't know why that memory just came to me. Then again, I rarely do.
That childhood book has a strange grip on him, even now.
The dragon without color. And the dragon was called Zakura. Because I was an idiot 6-year-old who wanted to know why the dragon was eating rainbows. Through 53 retellings, I got no answer other than this. Some dragons are driven to devour rainbows, and given the chance, they will. Halfway through the 54th analysis, it suddenly felt like the right time to move on to other material. This. I had to escape the Weeping Eye's blast radius, so I reckoned with our dismantling by going silo-solo.
A faint heartbeat from a long-lost vein.
I tried. That telephonic arch-narc gave me radio silence in return.
Whoa, 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 easy. That nickname is offensive and unapproved.
Cascade, I'm having deja vu. This is the 4th time we've had this conversation. Any sexual overtones you believe you've interpreted there are a manipulative professional construct. They do not exist. Abortive dreams of space conquest. That's about it. But all entry points are monitored, if that's what you mean. I have the description of every individual who has made it down here since my arrival. The stairs are often deemed too long by those short of volition. The sheer tedium of reaching the bottom outdoes other, far more expensive security measures. Look around you, Cascade. Not many catch-ups going on 200 feet sub terra. Alive? I assumed he would have killed himself by now, given his condition. Highly suspicious that he hasn't. Siding with the enemy. Inevitable for someone like her. I can only imagine she's also gone full war crime denier. Fascinating. Wouldn't have thought she had it in her. Interesting persona. And in its own way, appropriate. Or maybe that's what he wants you to think. He's a cop, so inherently untrustworthy by nature. You may recall I objected to bringing a cop on board in the first place. Torture. Unfortunate and concerning. What I'm hearing is that she should now be considered a potential enemy asset. She's young, Cascade, and malleable. You always were too naive when it came to kindred. That is quite the something, yes. The specifics are irrelevant. You've been sniffing the opera's glue again, Cascade. They've got you on a new assignment already. I can practically smell your singed ion channels. So nothing. So everything. A tapeworm cannot appreciate the full terror of the human construction. Why have you accepted this almost certainly doom-sealed assignment from the Operant Bureau? It's all a phantom limb, I think you'll find. The cosmic point. My own loyalty to the opera is irretrievable. I wrote a thesis on this exact subject, actually. You should read it.
He rummages briefly, then produces a formidable stack of jaundiced paper.
862 pages. Not an endeavor for the faint of mind. You know, now that I'm looking at it, I feel good about the font. 10-point sonatine. I went back and forth on the font, but the font was well chosen. It has 3.
And he can't wait to tell you.
Opera Furiosa, a close reading of the Operant Bureau and its contradictions, or Strewn in Constellation, Second Thoughts on the Collective Frontier. The third title is cipher encrypted. Don't worry, the rest is plain text. As you've probably gathered from its aura, this is a thermobaric-grade explosive document. Do not let it fall into the hands of its very subject. I don't care for meta-texts. Whatever gave you that idea? There can be no doubt that I live in a rocket silo, but at least I don't have to wonder who put me here, or why. True, I will never again work for the opera, but I would be open to an interdepartmental collaboration between the opera and Miho. I don't know, Cascade. You tell me. All I have is some critical information to hand that you have yet to ask me about. Information critical. I've discovered who betrayed our whole sick crew.
You hear his words, then unhear them.
All too real. All too late.
He closes his eyes and tilts his head, as if in pain.
You? Cascade. Enough with this masters in martyrology. The thought never even crossed my mind.
Absolute conviction behind his words. This is no bluff or bait.
I'm eager to delve into the specifics of who turned us to searing dust, but can't commence an intra-agency collab without defined terms.
Intra-agency? But there's only one agency. The one you both work for.
You joining Miho, and Miho riding Shadow Shotgun with the Operant Bureau.
He keeps mentioning this Miho thing. Ominous.
Monaxial Intelligence and Hermetic Operations. Miho is a brand new counterintelligence agency, one devoted to the pursuit of absolute reality through supracognitive espionage.
In a dark basement in Novessa, a female controller in her mid-30s stifles an inexplicable urge to push a palm into her face.
No lies. Net zero deception. Imagine it, Cascade. The world as it is, disreflected. Psychedelically ambitious. Heavy lies the director's chair.
He's taking this seriously. You should too.
Really? I thought... Anyway. Yes. Great. You are speaking with its director, yes. Due to security and communication concerns, Miho's director is also its sole representative. It keeps things secure. I can declassify documents just by thinking about them. From the Operant Bureau's grimoire. Advanced is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. They should drop that, and maybe drop the cognitive part too while they're at it. I mean, come on, Cascade, it's the opera. But sure, do tell. You used it on Estoc? Playing the victim, as you often do with all incidents Estoc. New silo rule. No more advanced cognitive maneuvers on former allies, or else I'll be forced to cognitively defend myself. Miho will certainly take it into account. How do you mean? I think I have tendencies. Miho is all ears for intra-agency secrets. Miho will certainly take it into account. I concur. Please make them quick and vague.
Your former double stares at you and lifts his eyebrows slightly. A long time passes.
It's an acronym? Very good. No. In this instance, hermetic bears a double meaning, both utterly sealed and in the tradition of occult science. That is probably the word I'm most proud of in the acronym. Thank you for highlighting it. I concur. The administrative floor is right above us, and still accessible. Mystifying to me why they didn't send in the entombment crews. Standard decommissioning process for radioactive sites and sensitive locations. I assumed you would have reached the same conclusion. I appreciate that. Scraps? Remnants? Me? What are you looking for, Cascade? Semi-intriguing. You'll probably find nothing. Interesting. Do you intend to detonate it now? Very conscientious, bringing it to the bottom of a silo. Let's see. This is a directional explosive device from the Operant Bureau. Did they ask you to deliver this to me? Oh, excellent. Please, compile a report for the Miho analysts as soon as possible. During the late 50s, the Operant Bureau became obsessed with sound-triggered explosives. This one's directional, intended for assassination, not terrorism. Of course, a rocking little number by the False Midnights, which hit the tippity-top of the charts for 6 weeks in the spring of '59. Ha! The Operant Bureau always did retain a sense of humor. You're still functioning, Cascade. Why not this little guy, too? It just wants to fulfill its purpose. Don't hold that against it. You're welcome, Cascade. Be careful around classic radio stations. By and large, I'm still a subscriber, but far from a true believer. I saw something in it once. It had a glow. Then it lost it somewhere along the way. None, in fact, ideally, as the party has it. The end of history is the only worthwhile tenet of communism remaining. History is not a linear march of fastidiously checked events. It is a fiction, edited and spliced by quick hands in back rooms. Better to end it. Roll credits, then smash the projector. Is that so surprising, Cascade? I live alone in an abandoned hole in the ground. Also, we happen to be spies. Heavy lies the cloak and the dagger.
Afflicted by that odd loneliness that comes from seeing and knowing a lot that you can't do much about.
I was let in unawares, seduced by communist hermeneutics. Let me put it like this. I wouldn't be who I am if I hadn't once been a communist. But now that I am who I am, I can never be one again. Excellent idea, Cascade. Miho would assist you in completing the assignment, while you would join Miho as the agency's first special asset. Liminal class.
A shocking demotion. Rung number 1 on the ladder of being.
I would act as assignment lead for Miho, you would act as assignment lead for the opera, and therefore assignment lead for the assignment. We will never once speak of our collaboration. Of course. Then our two agencies can freely share any self-hold information. I don't. Sure, Cascade. Me-you thing.
Your former double looks beyond you and goes completely still for a long moment. A familiar tick, like he's caught a glimpse of an alternate future and can't look back.
Likely the assassination of a major political figure. Lucian, I would venture, one of their photocopied ministers. But I've already said too much. Good thing I brought all my chips. There is my proposition. An interdepartmental collaboration. You join Miho as a temporary asset. Miho lends its full force to the opera.
Read between the logistical acrobatics. He just really wants to work with you again. Not only that, he's gone in for another ride on Hirsch's painted ponies.
4, Miho. But thank you, Cascade. This makes me a very excited piece of protoplasm. We're almost set. Of course, we can't kick off collaboration with our base of operations in such a state.
It seems largely fine.
So, here's my first directive, Special Asset. Get cleaning. I did not create the tyranny of hierarchy, Cascade, but I remain oppressed by it.
It's not even messy.
I can barely hear you above all this mess, Cascade. As I said, Impossible to commence operations within the current state of affairs. Oversee. My take is that it's clearly not a conspiracy, just a barely concealed truth.
A nonchalant tone, disguising obsessive amounts of research.
Terrifyingly. I'm most intrigued about the memory. Does any of it carry over? Does it corrode? Or are these imprints simply haunted houses with any memories constructed by suggestion? And consider this, Cascade. What must their dreams look like? In your own time, Cascade.
Hello again. What'll it be? Alright. In you go.
As you sink into the rhythms of the fogged mirror, your consciousness takes a backseat as your body is puppeteered by muscle memory. You wipe, wash, pour, serve, and repeat. An evening comes and goes in the blink of an eye. The stress hangs off you like an old friend. Lucia hands over your pay with a small nod and a soft huff.
Is that his name? Is he a friend of yours? Does he really? How unfortunate. On to me? My asset? I have no idea what you're saying. You took photos of us?
Through the cracks in her indifference, horror starts to leak out.
Bruno's not an asset. Whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. He's my boyfriend. Oh, fuck off. You know what? Your tab's closed. Go home.
The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. You approach shelves B and C once more. You pop a small hatch open and slip your hands into the warm cavity. Inside, a motor sits exposed, humming lightly. Nice. The rail bus connector links every shelf here via the tracks. Force them into maintenance mode and their contents are yours. Go ahead. Tinkerer's choice. You plug the ancient microfuse free from its socket. The motor dies instantly. You count to 5 and reseat the fuse. Around you, motors begin humming in unison. Unseen locking mechanisms come undone. The shelf slowly moves along the rails. As it settles into place, its neighbor follows suit, clearing the way. Floor's yours. You approach the open shelving units. Newly disturbed dust hangs in the air. The shelf is thick with nearly identical records. Special plastic binders, meant to contain paper records and disc-based media. Your fingers race across the files, already expert at this. You take a mustard yellow record from the shelves. The reference ID HKT-04/17-E looks back at you. Inside, you find a single sheet of paper is neatly folded and affixed to the disc with a rubber band. And yet the old spy's words were true. The rubber band is brittle and dry. It practically dissolves as you pull the paper free. The text reads, Summary of Contents, Transmissions from Satellite Autonomia, 16 Decatos 77. Under additional comments, someone has added, all contact C-17 deck, crew presumed lost, refer inquiries to redacted. So the trail ends here. Its casing is yellow, the disc inside nearly white. It's not like any other you've encountered. This is a U-matic. While the form factor's the same as any modern disc, the encoding method is entirely different. It will be a relief to get out of this place. all happens in milliseconds. A sharp blow to your elbow, the flashlight flying out of your grasp. In an instant, all the air in your lungs evacuates. Only then do you realize something has struck you with great violence. No air comes through. Suddenly, you feel the weight of another body on your back. Someone straddles you, and a pair of strong hands begin to roughly pat you down. No one else knows about the disc. How could your attacker be looking for it? The response comes in the form of a sharp blow to your ribcage. It's the metal stripper, the one who urged you to come down here. You feel a tug as she begins to pull something from your pocket. Suddenly, the weight upon you disappears as your opponent dismounts you. You bound to your feet, but immediately crash into some hard object. The footsteps patter away into the darkness. The room is empty. Your assailant is nothing more than the clanging echo of her steps on the metal stairs above you. You pat yourself down and look through your pockets. Only 2 objects are missing. The red disc you found on Pseudopod's body, and the copper springs. She knew you had it on you, and was looking for one thing only. If so, that possibility is no less unnerving. Several people know you had the red disc. No one knew about that space disc. She left something behind. Look. It's a paper bag, somewhat wrinkled from your attacks, with a rectangular aperture like a mailbox slit cut into it as an eye hole. The metal stripper kept talking about him. A deranged fan, or a representative. At least you have a lead, of some kind.
Operant. Very well.
She hefts the camera. Her features seem to harden ever so slightly.
I've seen this camera before. This is a Lusian model. It depends. Where did you get it? I ask because this film is quite rare. I've only encountered one other person using it. But yes, I can develop them. 1 hour. No charge for paying tenants.
There's no such policy. She knows taking your money would make her complicit in the act.
They'll be ready in an hour. I'll be here if you require anything.
Wordlessly, she pulls down her scarf. The skin is thatched, thick, with root-like knots which creep down towards her chest. She lets go.
Operant, you look like you've been put through a shit extruder. Even worse, you seem to have made the local news.
The old spy jabs his cigarette in the direction of a nearby television.
Seems the mental sewage you've been mucking around in has finally overflowed the toilet. He's been repeating this inane message at the top and bottom of every hour.
He takes a small object from his coat pocket and waves it around. It's hard to make out except for an unmistakable flash of red light.
Rather pleased with himself, wouldn't you say? Who said I was worried?
Sounds like you should give the Subcommandante a call. See if you can get this metaphysical superweapon back.
But let's set sightings aside. Did you find what we're looking for? Bon? And? What wonders awaited you inside?
He raises his brow and tilts his head forward slightly. Continue, he's saying.
Trebon, you haven't disappointed, Operant. Out of curiosity, while you were slumming it in the dark, sexy tunnel, did you come across any references to the Polytechnic University of Trefe? The eminent Dr. Juno Avrestaniak, captain of the glue-sniffing wing of the Trefe School, so I'm told. Controversial individual. Lots of miscarried ideas about the origins of consciousness. Their standard Trefe thesis holds that consciousness is itself nothing but a thin border, and only recently erected, evolutionary speaking. Couple thousand years, last week, once you begin to contemplate the time scales involved, hardly any distinction, really. Lots of competing explanations, take your pick. Some hold that we were simply like other mammals, driven by unconscious instincts, just on a more complex dimension. That's your so-called conservative wing. If you read their output, which I don't necessarily recommend, you'll find it's built on some esoteric interpretations of ancient poetry, old Capoblancan burial practices, that sort of thing. Freaky stuff, according to most. His own, the glue-sniffing wing. He thought the astrologists got it half right. It's not the stars talking to us. It's our distant progenitors. Meaning we were once part of a single universal consciousness, galaxy spanning, as he had it. All minds threaded together, knowing and feeling as one. Personally, I think it's got to do with the origins of writing. Been downhill since we started keeping records of things. Terrible stagecraft, what it comes down to. From there, we got notions of linear time, then narrative and history. Since then, it's been one rolling catastrophe after another. That's right. History's done. No more markets left to conquer. Only natural, the capital, to turn inward. Modern psychology and modern advertising start from the same point. Interest in what goes on in the boarded-up rooms and sub-basements of the soul. That most people possess even a somewhat coherent picture of themselves is a credit to the mind's ability to hide from itself the irreducible truth. Once you've heard it in your own voice, it becomes hard to deny. Yeah, makes sense. And presumably his crewmates aboard this oh-so-secret satellite weren't just up there watching the tide roll away. Turning their minds into what he thought were always meant to be. Exquisitely sensitive instruments, made to detect signals nothing else in creation can.
collapsing the mind's conscious defenses in order to channel raw cosmos into human language.
Unsurprising. A lot of psychological anthropologists in the Treffe school. Probably heard about them somewhere. If it occurred within the developed world, it surely would have been. Unfortunately for Dr. Straniak's subjects, it occurred 400,000 kilometers above it. But did it work, Operant? Did it work? And don't tell me that's all, Operant. I'm getting that iron taste on my tongue. There's more. And you got it. Pneumatic. Not many things play this anymore. Old format.
Lightly, like an artifact he's both drawn to and afraid of.
Fortunately, I'm an old format myself.
He pops the front panel off his box with a heavy plastic clunk, nearly hidden among the skein of tubes, pumps and wiring. A built-in disc changer.
Still leaves a matter of venue. Much as I like this place for the ambience, doesn't entirely suit our purposes, I think. You know how men get after a certain age. Can't throw anything away. I think yours should do fine. If we have any outstanding business, we should settle it now. Hard to predict what will happen once we spin this thing up. Meets upper standards, I presume. Free of listening devices, comes with a housekeeper. Safest place in Kizak, most likely. Fine. Let me know when you are. Don't keep me waiting, Operant.
Good evening. Pretty cool for us to meet here. In the dark like this, Herschel, isn't it? What have you got for me? Good, good. That means you passed the first test. The controller was already on the Opera's radar. You should have said something, Herschel. We could have exchanged secrets. She's a highly cautious individual, isn't she? You would have never guessed. This is why the camera is such an invaluable tool. You'll see for yourself once the film is developed. Okay, Herschel, sure. We can talk about the cat some more. It's more like the idea of white than white itself. I agree. All the time, Herschel. But it's a fallacy, I believe. Cat brains are not human brains. We have no idea how they work. I think... No, it probably doesn't think about us. It probably doesn't think about death. But it must know it. I think humans require music to find equilibrium for their emotions. But as cats' emotions are always in balance, they have no need of it. Finally, it's like you only came here for the cat, rather than your old friend Ignaz. Good, good, Herschel. I knew I could count on you. Where are they? Herschel, this is very upsetting. You're even rustier than I thought. But don't worry, an experienced lead like me is able to rescue a marooned operant like you. Futuristic as it is, Lusian technology isn't so advanced that I can see the photos before you've developed the film. Bring me the prints, and then we'll talk. Be back soon.
Operant? Not yet. They're still developing. I'll be here if you require anything.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you.
Hello. Hello and welcome. A joke, obviously. This show would never solicit personal information from you, unlike the government, priests, and talking animals in your dreams. Remember, people, you don't have to answer.
A weighted silence follows your words. Brief, but unmistakable.
So the day has come. I was wondering when you'd call. A fellow explorer of that particular area of reality.
A pause.
Rooftops. North Party Alley. Don't bring any guests with you. Salute.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Renotel dolphin eyes you expectantly. You step away from the payphone. Surrounded by cameras, the man with a bag on his head waves vigorously towards the board next to him. Overheated gestures to match his rhetoric. No way. You are not here. This is not happening. A small sign lights up above one of the large cameras. It says, applause. You've never been here. Everything you're experiencing is for the first time. Hold on. How did he... He extracts a handful of pills from one of his comically oversized pockets, then stuffs them through the bottom of his bag. Impenetrable. The bag might be constricting the flow of blood to his head. For a moment, the bagged man lowers his head, seemingly lost in thought. When he looks up again, his eyes take on a distant aspect. It's like he's not looking at you, but rather someone with your same name and face, standing in the exact same place. The bottle rattles like a child's toy as he shoves a handful of pills through his paper slot. In some ways, he is correct. People often perform for someone or something, mostly themselves. The gesture is meant to drive home how limp these dicks are. Take that thing off, a stocky woman demands. You're not helping your case at all. He pulls a large bottle of purple and blue capsules and holds it up. The television event of the year. This man has thousands of daily viewers. Innocent civilians, children. A metaphysical superweapon could make the difference in your assignment. Better in your hands than his.
I'll print. Not yet. They're still developing. I'll be here if you require anything. I'll print.
Her lips twist in a sour expression as she shoves the packet of prints at you.
It holds more meaning because of that. The next time you see Ignatz, tell him to leave that poor woman alone. I don't. Though at this point, I feel like she could be the daughter I was never able to have. But I suppose you know all about her? Even so, that doesn't mean she's fair game for voyeurs. You believe that nonsense? I was told you knew what you were doing.
A phrase you've heard uttered often, with either panic or disappointment. She's gone for the second.
You're a very cruel and foolish woman. Let me remind you, Operant, that this is still a free city. We have the right to refuse service to anyone. I'll be here if you require anything.
Hello again, Herschel. What have you got for me? Okay, Herschel, sure. We can talk about the cat some more. That's a pretty full-spectrum question, Herschel. Finally. It's like you only came here for the cat, rather than your old friend Ignatz. Be back soon.
You're back. No. But you're on thin ice, alright? See you.
Stopping abruptly by the honor book stall, your double Holocene opens the duffel bag he has been carrying with him and begins depositing books in the stall's donations box. 5 of them, every one a brand new copy of the same book. Blood Type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra.
4, actually. One is an old copy of mine. Annotations carefully redacted. Lastra's virtually unheard of here. I'm, you could say, pouring a new element into the city's psychic water supply. Be that as it may, Cascade, I can trace certain changes in my cognition, unfolding to this very day, to my first reading of this book, and specifically, trepanation scene. I have reason to believe that this cognitive leap was set off by properties within the text itself, possibly letter distribution patterns that correspond to certain proportions within the human brain. Apparently, H.S. Lastra's fontanelle never properly closed. There was always a little soft spot left on the crown of his skull. Nowadays, they would put in a metal plaque for that, but his just stayed open for his whole life. The trepanation scene is Lastra's attempt to make sense of the strange intuitions and visions which, he always felt, came through his naturally open skull, and to recreate their effect for the reader. What? No, don't be ridiculous. I just want more people to read my favorite novel.
Smiling with a degree of mischievousness, he describes the copies of blood-type Hecatomb through different parts of the shelf, hiding one amongst the self-help books, and then turns to leave. The bed looks cold and disheveled. You turn away. The world outside is dark and quiet.
Hello again. All right. In you go.
As you sink into the rhythms of the an evening comes and goes in the blink of an eye. Lucia hands over your pay with a small nod and a soft huff.
Drink up. We close soon.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres.
I'd advise you to burn it. But the fumes from the super block quality plastics may kill us.
You turn your attention away from the shelf.
Oh, it's you. What takes your fancy? Okay. Anything else? You need anything else? Thanks for stopping by.
You return to the rack of clothing. Price tags rustle beneath your fingers. The rack sags a little in the middle. You turn away from the rack. You decide what reality and its situation is. A brief moment that distends into eternity. A wave of stale body odor washes over you as he exits the studio. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
Operant. Bon, let's go.
The yellow disc slots into the disc changer with a soft click.
On your mark, operant.
A click, a fog of static. And then...
When at last you're consumed by the greater existence. When the border between love and terror finally dissolves. And you come face to face with
You know the next words. You've been hearing them since you got here. The old spy's face is fixed in stony concentration. He doesn't so much as look up at you.
Where is a face like you but from a dream? Then you'll know how lost you've always been in the world of false images.
Just then you become aware of another sound, coming from the old spy's heart box. One you've not heard it make before. The old spy's body appears to be vibrating. His hand presses the headphone close to his ear.
Shh. Damn you.
Flickering across empty rooms. And when you pass through the door in the air and return from your brief exile. Sense and no sense. Cosmology of a dream you may have lived and may yet live again.
Meanwhile, the old spy's lips move quickly, silently.
Wait for you. With your heart.
A blizzard of electrostatic, then nothing. The old spy removes his headphones. He turns to you.
How in God's name did you do that?
His face, vision of pale horror.
Die Grenzen sind Illusionen. Motto of the Treffe School. Borders are illusions. Everything looks back. You keep the stars, operant.
In Mercia, you knew only cold and austere churches of fine stone, all consecrated to the one indivisible God.
Serious little boxes of serious purpose. You ever pray at them? And the stars ever respond?
There is no correlation between mental petitions and the fusion of distant bodies. Praying is a recursive loop.
Way back in there, we still carry some fragment. Vestige of Vernellia form. You mind?
The old spy lights a cigarette. He takes a long drag and leans back. The box hisses. A tiny light on the side of it blinks. An emergency venting cycle. Motors spinning down. The device is trying to adjust to an unexpected baseline. The world is huge and strange, and it is flirting with him. He is pondering the offer.
Reminds me, your thing.
Yes, what this was all about. The Grand Lich's time of arrival. It sounds so pitifully small now. Your thing.
It's a tree you're waiting on. Lucian ginkgo. Planted a long time ago. So you know. Bon. Funny thing about Lucian ginkgos, they all lose their leaves simultaneously. Genetic, supposedly. Big ritual day. Years to find out, I'd say. There's a couple of negotiators from the bank side of the table, mucking around about town. Turn one of them inside out. You'll find your answer. And now, operant, we come to our parting. Lots of new questions. Lines of inquiry. Think I may want to speak to one of these cruel angels, face to face. A strong draft of both.
He takes up the heart box. His heavy frame shudders with new vitality. Fully charged now, the world's first augmentoid hyper spy.
I hope you get a good price, operant.
His heavy steps echo down the hall stairs and then fade to nothing.
Loneliest of town.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours.
Goodbye. Be well.
Hard to believe, but it seems the gap is widening, even as we speak.
He's been going on about this mysterious gap for a while. It may be time to get to the bottom of it.
There's nothing to talk about. The gap exists far beyond your plane of comprehension. Best to stay at your own remuneration level, for your own health. It's fucking cold.
He twirls on the spot, further tangling himself in the phone cord that's become wrapped around his neck. An orgiastic dance that in another time would summon a fertilitous god from the boil of the sky.
I won't be taking health advice from someone dressed like whatever you're dressed as. You wouldn't believe these locals. The woman from the discount bin thinks she can comprehend the gap.
Maybe time to make a visit to the party alley tailor. He turns his back to you, definitively. Engaging with the flesh is pointless. This problem demands a more elegant techno solution. Then you'll be able to hear about this whole sordid affair with this mysterious gap. Your resident circuit surgeon. You've already brought Radian back into your orbit. He should make short work of this task. He whirls around and drops his voice to a hiss.
If you know about those, then you should also know to keep your fucking voice down. Keep your voice down. If word gets around, it could unravel everything.
He may be delusional, but he's not attempting to deceive. He believes every word.
Imagine the consumer hears that we're thinking of letting them buy Lusian goods legally. No more culture blockade. Do you understand how badly they want this shit? Look at the city. You see what happens when the blockade fails. Absolute market dominance by the Ministry of Mass Culture. The Lusians have the most desirable products in every market they've hit, at the expense of all else. I'm talking about the absolute collapse of the native industrial base. The total erosion of consumer choice.
The bazaar full of genuine Lusian tech. Gadgets outnumbering people. Their bodies crawling with fresh devices. Yes. His eyes widen as he takes in your prize.
Even the middle-aged female demographic has succumbed. I must redouble my efforts. If they are to be believed, an end to the reunion campaigns. No more military adventures against former Lusian territories. Do you even comprehend what reunion represents? The end of the rules-based order. The return of centuries of barbarism, the likes of which humanity isn't ready for.
Especially him.
You think this is funny? You think you'll be the one driving the tank? No. You are the ground, lady. The ground. La Tour Volga, the whole post-historical framework, it's teetering. Am I the only one who feels it? Hold me. The gap isn't part of anything. It's the absence of everything, all-encompassing. Now, shh. Shh. Shh.
Warm spittle flecks the outside of your plastic viewport. It's a good thing you're protected.
Understand, I am not exaggerating when I say I may be all that's standing between the shit-crusted rock and the carrier groups of the Lusian Empire. One false word, one ill-timed leak, and this is all done for. Done! You're still leaking. Shh. Good. I have enough to keep track of as it is.
Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder.
The fire door is closed.
You open the door and You open the Reno Town distribution panel once more. Error code 204B. Incorrect permissions. Type info for additional details. Info, identifier type landline, info. Please direct request to a terminal with landline database access. The terminal groans with mechanical effort. Info, pass in request. Info, please proceed to node 7B, sector PA. The machine hums like a tired old man trying to stay alert. The terminal's screen flickers wearily. Goodbye.
You step up to the terminal again. You know precisely which line to attach this to, and you do. A diode on the cricket's back lights up, and it lets out a pleasant chirp. That's it. That's the line. There must be a way to inject a tone frequency. The terminal structure looks straightforward enough. Error. Init target not recognized. But init is recognized. A good start. Think of the syntax you've seen. Line diag, trunk mon. Renotel tone injection utility version 1.42. For authorized technical use only. Enter line ID. Enter frequency. Hertz. Check in line coupler. Okay. Check in tone DAC. Okay. Verifying slew rate. Okay. Calibrating signal level. Minus 11.5 decibels. Tone injection complete. Press enter. Don't you hear the tone coming from one of the wires? That's where you need to place the cricket. You close the box.
Hello again. What? I can't pay you any more today. The boss will ask questions. Anyway, night's starting to wind down. I've got this. See you.
Hello again, Herschel. What have you got for me? Be back soon. Hello again, Herschel. What have you got for me? Be back soon. Hello again, Herschel. What have you got for me? Okay, Herschel, sure. We can talk about the cat some more. That's a pretty full-spectrum question. Finally. It's like you only came here for the cat. Rat, be back soon. Hello again, Herschel. Be back soon.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something, yeah? When you're not busy. I think I'm gonna head home. I'm thinking I won't be back. Yana and I aren't really... I don't know what I'm doing here anymore. Yana doesn't talk. She used to. We used to talk about all kinds of things. Now she just rants and calls me a cunt. Yeah? Alright. I'll just take a break. Get my head right. It was nice working with you, Cascade.
Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade.
Why the interest in space? Look at it. What's it doing up there? What if it's just a big painting? Intense skepticism. She's worried you're developing a logical framework to apply to your own assignment.
The eternal question. I'm guessing this means your generous stipend has not in fact covered your various expenses. Realistically, I see 3 options available to you. You could resort to a life of minor criminality, you could adopt a more lucrative ideology, or of course, you could get a job. The developed world is basically a massive machine for continually extracting small amounts of money from people. All you need to do is turn that machinery into your own automated teller. I'd say vending machines are your best bet.
Make it political. A war on the automated future.
Painful though it may be to admit, there are reality organizing systems more compatible with fat soul stacks than post-historical materialism.
Let her think it's pretend, but you know the truth. They have better stuff.
Yes, a job. A regular source of employment. A tolerable form of exploitation. A role in the material recreation of society.
You realize you have seen no dogs in Portofino.
As I said, you have options. What else is on your mind, Operant?
I'll print. I'll be here if you require anything.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. And so you fold into the dock's relentless rhythm. Thus begins a great struggle against inert matter, also exploitation. The work is unfamiliar and grueling and loud. Nothing here matches your instincts. Exhaustion sets in faster than understanding. After a couple hours, you decide to take a break. Nearby, dock workers smoke and swap gruff laughter. Others further down roll dice. You remain by the edges. Jokes and threats fly as dice rattle across wood. The moment hangs until new shipments arrive. In alienation, the collective emerges. This is how the people first rose across the republics. Time is blurred by sweat and motion until a whistle cuts through the docks. Work's over, you realize. You return, sweat-drenched, to the boatman. He lowers his head in brief salute.
Hello again. I can't pay you any more today. The boss will ask questions. See you.
The title unfurls in The words jar a memory. Holocene engrossed within its pages. Maybe the only time he was oblivious to the world.
Science fiction as a genre is utterly misunderstood by the majority, Cascade. It often contains the only ideas worth ideating.
You recall a well-worn paperback copy undergoing torturous planar transformations as Holocene paced back and forth, wringing it like a rag, as if it was holding out on its final secret. The book hums with kinetic energy, ready to prove itself to you. Pièce de résistance, levels of self-confidence. Shin Crassus III, 4099. Less than 2 months have passed since the vessel, war hero of the Raoult of Manumission, bit into the still-beating heart of Supreme Dictator Haizai before the cheering hordes of Coco Lobi. In the streets, the people are celebrating. Meanwhile, their liberator has been barricaded inside his citadel for a week, writhing in the throes of unprecedented psychic torment. But it is not guilt that racks the vessel's brain, nor lust, nor greed, nor war drums. It is the malicious ambition of Supreme Dictator Haizai, archfiend of the galactic shogunate, to contaminate the blood of a humble warlord from the Tarsier-infested jungle planet of Dalmo. An odyssey of spiritual dialysis. The whole plot basically follows the vessel's increasingly desperate and self-destructive attempts to extricate his foe's blood from his own. In the end, he's cleansed of it, but far too late. Masquerading as a pulpy exploitation novel. In reality, it's a work of what the Treffe school of psychoanalysts call
Vorbewusstsein where. Vorbewusstsein where. The yearning for life before the advent of human consciousness. As per H.S. Lastra, an uninterrupted downward trajectory with no clear end in sight, except the extinction of the species. Around the words, a memory coalesces of Holocene in his prime, novel held aloft.
Can any system of organization emerge that will not devour itself alive if its principles are carried through to their logical conclusion? That is the central question of this book. Is intelligence even really possible? Is agency?
You scrounge through the archives to see what remains of a book you never read. Scenes flash against the bedsheet screen of your mind, framed in the same red veinage as the book's cover. The vessel strapped to a bed, incisions across his chest, covered in pulsing slugs as all around him ring the chants of the leech charmer. A trepanation with a cosmic drill device, the vessel's desperate attempt to awaken his latent hemokinetic powers, all the better to mount a psychic assault against Taizai. And of course, the big finale, the vessel, an ancient woman, and a strange insectile being covered in silver plates are connected via the tubes of an alien transfusion machine, exchanging blood in silent communion. Also, blood-fueled mechs. Lastra was an absolute fiend for a mech. Definitely Or, see, psychic vampire alien gods, Wrath of. Lastra had a thing about tarsiers. Rumor has it he even kept one as a pet. He called it his auger goblin, and instructed it to launch nightly extrasensory attacks on enemies both real and perceived. Somewhere deep below the earth, H.S. Lastra turbines in his grave with outrage. You flip the book back over and return to the red-soaked cover. You return the book to darkness.
Hello again, Herschel. What have you got for me? Be back soon.
Hello, again. I hope that helps. Until next time.
I want to sit at your feet, ma'am. I want to crawl across the carpet under the long table where all the draft agreements are spread out. I want to press my mouth against your ankle while... Are you wearing pantyhose?
You've heard him talk. You know his arrogant, fast-talking manners. He's faking the stutter as part of the roleplay.
Sheer nude. Without a back seam.
I wish to slowly wet your protruding ankle with the tip of my tongue while you tell our counterparties what they're going to do for us.
He gestures towards a series of marked discs waiting on the table. He reaches for the recording and sets it to play. Amid static, a warm voice surfaces.
Perhaps I should be talking to your senior instead. He's senior, is he not? That means he's less of a worm than you are.
Possible, ma'am. Metamoto. He's abandoned his post. Left me to face you alone. Just how I want it.
Are you hiding him from me? Why? Are you scared I'll make you and those Lucian men watch as he worships my toes?
Ramses can only shrug with the weight of having listened to this multiple times already.
It's not just Metamoto. One of our counterparties seemed to have vanished as well. Who's taking them? Where are they going? Is it because they're underperforming?
Oh, Frederick. You don't really think we'd make people disappear over a poor performance review?
But if you did, would you disappear? Me?
A light flicks, and a pungent, familiar smell wafts around you. Ramses inhales deep, then offers you the joint.
Do you want to fuck the little foreign songbird? Pathetic. She could have any man she wants. What would she want with a worm like you?
I don't care about missing some pop star. All these cheery little songs and coordinated dance routines. Despicable. But the Ministry of Mass Culture, they treat these girls like crown jewels. Symbols, really. And ultravioletta, the most important of them all. Ah, fuck me. I jeopardized it all. To think I may never get to glimpse the gap on account of that priceless fucking train.
Are you crying about that fancy-wancy boy's toy again? Pitiful for a grown man, wouldn't you think?
Yes. Yes, please.
The recording comes to a stop. It's much more expensive than a mere toy. You recall the prisoner's voice, crackling into your ear. The image forces its way back to you. Reno's unblinking, obsessive stare, while on the bed, Ramsey's convulsed. As you prepare to get back into it, you notice the name on one of the marked discs, one you didn't see before. It reads, Enter Speak. A pseudo-language stretching back centuries, cobbled together from imperial slang and colonial patois. You first learned of its existence after joining the opera. A possible rendezvous, actionable intelligence.
Hello? Are you there? I've been meaning to ask you something, ma'am. Forgive my impropriety, but Pluto care ledges mine cast onto luminant threshold. Then you grant us a souffle partaged. Alcove sipped fine sits nigh threshold. If such environ suit.
A poorly conceived, underbaked hodgepodge of old and modern developed world languages, mostly from Mercia and Ile-de-Serres. That is Emter Can, no question. That remains to be determined.
As Plaza the scared swells and bleed songs thicken, anon oi may mark upon our shadows. Maybe tomorrow night? Hello? Fuck's sake. What am I doing? You really made a mess of me. Stupid cunt!
The receiver is slammed repeatedly until the disc slows down to a stop. You try to zone yourself in, where you're open to receive nonsense in audio form and interpret it into something with meaning. However, try as you might, your poetic tuner is completely out of whack.
Pluto care ledges mine cast onto luminant threshold.
You have no idea what any of this means. It sounds exactly like a made-up language. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. You close your eyes and hover in the spaces between syntaxes where intents and symbols stir. Meaning phrase before rethreading itself into patterns. He gets the disc spinning as your mind prepares to lock in.
Pluto care ledger's mind cast onto luminant threshold.
Words drift into polysemous configurations. Ledgers are documents and dossiers and reports. A luminant threshold is a glowing door, and a bright passage and... common figurative speech for an astral door. Emptor loved to use them as drop-off points between operants.
Alcove sipped finds its nigh threshold. If such environ suit.
Sip fine. Action, description. Within it is another word. An umbrella term for which they would both fit.
As plaza the scared swells, and bleed songs thicken, anon oi may mark upon our shadows.
A bar where they'll go unnoticed among the plaza's evening crowd. Meaning settles into place. You recall the faint clinking of glasses, just a few meters away.
Hello again. Alright.
As you sink into the room, an evening comes and Lucia hands over your pay.
See you.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. You sink into the docks, an older dockhand. A small seed of him sprouted. Your muscles shriek. Your shift ends with a shrill whistle. He lowers his head in brief salute.
She smiles, indicates the seat to her left. She isn't remotely surprised or on edge. If there's such a thing as off-duty in this business, then you're looking at it. She leans into you. Your thighs touch on the bench. Your mother's standard loadout was also a calamanic. You sip the calamanic. It tastes exactly like a calamanic. Diego returns and deposits 2 tulip glasses and a bottle of mezcal in front of you. Diego glances at Silhouette, eyes twitching like a dog. She looks quizzically at you, drumming her fingers. She smiles and downs her drink, moving closer to you. She's into this. Use it. Flirt. Get her drunk. Relaxed, casual, she assumes you're like her, that you feel the same way. Her expression changes into the sweet, blank smile of her persona. She swallows the contents of her glass, nods at yours. The vodka is light, airy, cold. She watches it disappear into your mouth. Flirtatious, but firm. She won't talk unless you play along. Your second shot goes down as well as the first, crisp and refreshing. She tips her glass to you, drains it, and refills both. Solar Point, a small coastal area of Lagundi, a Lusian colony famous for luxury tourist resorts. She takes a long sip, considering you over the rim of her glass. She lifts her glass, watches you. The barman winces at the sound of his name. Deep tongue. According to her, the bartender's basically an unprogrammed augmentoid. Get in there and pilot him. Melita's voice in your ear. The bank will always deal. Her face adjusts, then sets. She believes this. She raises her glass and holds your gaze. Get in his brain, yank his wires. There can't be more than 3 of them. The inside of his skull was sparse yet comfortable. A control panel arranged around a large leather recliner. Sparks of electricity drip from the ceiling. You mean Diego? Who knows? Get those buttons pressed. The leather envelops you, soft and well worn. The panel screen flashes a big smiley face. It's janky, but it must work. Start pulling levers and shit. Mix and pour into what, you meat fucker? Get a glass. Diego watches, bemused, as his hand retrieves a glass from the bar. The button opens a compartment in the console, from which emerges a long and complicated arm, unfolding like metal origami until a single list lies in front of you. It's a drinks menu. The words mezcal, lime, strawberry liqueur, and cherries each light up orange as you press the buttons to their sides. The buttons go down with a satisfying funk. You flip the switch marked eject. The chair propels you straight out the top of his skull. She reaches over and takes a sip of the calamanic, watching you all the while. Beside you, Diego puts down one glass and picks up another. Your controller needs to know about this. She smiles, sadly, and turns to her drink. Yesterday there was a curtain of leaves, now simply a tangle of bare limbs. Yellow leaves swell about your feet. The naked branches seem like a mass of fingers pointing in every possible direction. Tuk-tuks patter about in an endless cycle, their drivers indifferent to the reminders of the district's halcyon days. Swells of dye runoff slide over the surface of one of the most polluted waterways in the developed world. Nevertheless, there are those who make their home there. Past the Hill of Pigs, beyond the outlying neighborhoods, the city gives way to the desolate stretch known as the Peat-Old Tract. Party Alley gives way to Orphanage Street, easy to miss if you aren't looking for it. and all the better for keeping secrets. The bare branches sway gently. The rest of the world goes about its business. You turn back to the ginkgo tree. Its branches spread into many futures. If you had time, you might count them. The fallen leaves crunch gently beneath your feet. Night is already upon you. The bed looks cold and disheveled. You turn away. The world outside is dark and quiet. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade.
Something in her tone makes you imagine her winking at you. The window rattles. Some night-bound animal scratches at the door.
Sure. What's on your mind? What else is on your mind, Operant? Sure. What's on your mind? What else is on your mind, Operant? Sure. What's on your mind? What else is on your mind, Operant? Tomorrow. So that means you got everything in order. Plot, tools, squad. We need to go through it, for the records.
For your pomegranate red folder, she means. Material for future reviews, case studies, and post-mortems.
Ready when you are. To your chosen four, then.
4 hearts, 4 points of light, waiting for you to draw the constellation between them. The one who must only bend and never break. A tensing deep in your gut as your name is committed.
The operant who was last seen hurling himself out of your window. Absolutely not.
The one who should never waver.
Cryptonym? Very good.
The one who provides a different point of view.
Kindred.
The one you cannot do without.
Radian.
The names feel heavy, irreversible, marked in blood for offering.
And you're certain this is the squad? Once I submit this form, we're committed. My take? Yo-Yo is untested, bold, borderline, which may be exactly what this task calls for. Radian and Kindred are experienced assets who trust you implicitly, despite what happened 5 years ago. Though that comes with its own emotional weight, I would imagine. But this is not my squad, Cascade. If these are the people you want by your side, then I would call it a good lineup. So it is. So it will be. Yes. What have you found out? Good. Very good, Operant. This is a lot to work with. Hold on. The guard detail. What do we know about it? All right. Here's my recommendation. Tomorrow morning, you, Radian, and Kindred will travel to the war criminals' shrine by aero tram, as early as you can manage. Yo-Yo will follow later, on the same tram as the Lich and his entourage.
You only know it's gone wrong when a body shows up on the other side, punctured and bloody.
I've thought it over. She's not likely to be on the Weeping Eyes watch lists. Yo-Yo is the only one that makes sense. Once the Lich's aero tram has arrived, rendezvous with your two and plan your next moves. We're going to need a lot of imagination to pull this off. If this is a ritual, there must surely be rites to perform. With luck, you may even catch the Lich unattended, though I wouldn't count on it. Right. You managed to procure a gun at least. Good, so that's covered. Anything else on the subject of tools? You mean the 30-year-old opera bomb that's set to detonate to a novelty rock song? That bomb? For a while it played at the dance clubs when it was time to leave. I remember it came on once when I was making out with this girl from Lavendi. Anyway. I believe the aerotrams in Portofino have jukeboxes in them. If you were insane, I suppose you could rig one of them to play the disc. Then long may you rock, Operant. How? I thought that was supposed to be impossible. If I recall, the aerotrams there have jukeboxes in them. I suppose you could rig one of them to play it, but I don't know, Cascade.
Hesitation in her voice.
I didn't say what you should or shouldn't do. This is your assignment. And? What's that got to do with anything? I'm happy for you, Operant. Very good.
A heavy silence falls over the line.
There'll be no getting out of Portofino by plane. The phones won't be safe any longer either. No. Once you set off, Constance will scrub all trace of you and the opera from Photo 24. It will be like you never existed. I can get you a boat. You say that now. Wait till you see it. It's a signals vessel, part of the network that makes your magic box work. It's small. There'll be just enough space for you on board. Getting everyone out at once is out of the question, I'm sorry. Your squad mates will have to fend for themselves until we can arrange for their extraction. There's nothing I can do, Cascade. We're making it up as we go along. We won't forget them, but we have to work with what we've got. And what we've got is a single, very cramped boat. You're lucky we can get anyone out on such short notice. Our jobs, Cascade. Same as we always have. There's a relay buoy in the Nos Correntes, international waters. It's secure and safe. Call me when you reach it, and we'll discuss next steps. A highly original thesis, also completely irrelevant now. Luck and skill, operant.
Checking your ear. A moment of silence. Then the familiar hum. Somehow more empty than the silence. She's dressed just like you when you first came to Port of Pharaoh. Blood all over the sofa cushions. She has surpassed him in that regard. Her equipment was almost supernatural. The woman behind the counter sucks on the straw of a large plastic cup with a ferocious-looking cartoon wolf topper. Red, black, terror. She sips upon her majesty.
tyrant wolf. Supplementary propaganda, lovingly committed to memory. 66, like the wolves. It's suddenly clear why, of all of their programming, the Lusians seemed so eager to push the cartoon through the cultural blockade. Hair in a silk wrap, eyes closed, hands clasped. She mutters under her breath for a full minute. Her husband is already asleep, used to this. She smiles at you again, but her eyes are cold. A fascist is... Fuck. It's hard to put into words easily, isn't it? Nonsense. Superblock Media recently celebrated its 50th anniversary of declaring itself propaganda-free. Continue to downplay your beliefs. Red-eyed, cloaked in black with a huge spiked pauldron on one shoulder, the plastic wolf leans on a double-headed axe. She's older than the other wolves, but no less powerful. No trust, no mercy. Her heart's petrified in her chest, a stony remnant of everything she left behind to stay alive. Only a handful were manufactured. Avid collectors wait with bated breath to see if another run will be issued. So far, nothing. There's something furtive in her eyes, a hunted quality that feels wrong to see in a predator. She wants to nuzzle, but she is too proud, too tyrannical. The shelves behind her are populated with postcards, refrigerator magnets, plastic picture frames, and a lone snow globe. Souvenirs, yes. Good point. Are you really going to return to Melita, arms swinging? That's big picture stuff. Important, sure. But she will also expect some nice little thing that you picked out for her. Souvenirs are nothing but pressure. Images spin past as you turn the rack. A map of the city during the annexation period. A chain gang of cartoon prisoners above the caption, "Hard time is a good time in Portofino." She fastens her hands around the orb and turns it upside down. Hundreds of tiny ginkgo leaves swirl around the miniature shrine within. There's even a little tram station. The flurry of ginkgo leaves settles, tumbling down the plastic landscape to reveal a clear view of the shrine at the top of the mountain. Looks like a shrine, faces carved into mountain. A shrine to possibility, a shrine perhaps to right now. Faceless tools of history, their anonymity fated to outlive them, consecrated yet punished, braving the peaks until rain finally scours the last semblance of cartilage from the rock face. The operant shrine. She can't understand. This snow globe is a totem of hope. A dream capsule, a sacred wish which may never come true and might not even be real, but can at least be held. Make it yours. She opens a drawer, seals the snow globe into the darkness within, and smiles. The plastic is cool in your hand, still a little wet from the morning mist, printed with an image of a long aircraft carrier. The Rapper Sarah, Iron War Queen of the Lusian Naval Fleet. Thousands of tons of steel, hundreds of sailors inside, guns and missiles and torpedoes, and yet somehow still buoyant. A miracle, a marvel. There it is. This is Melita all over. Bring this back to her. The spoils of war. It's problematic, yet bold, and just a little bit fun. Perfect. Staring off into the middle distance, twirling a wire between his fingertips. Nothing in your asset's demeanor, or indeed dress, betrays that he's aware of your impending assignment. In the diffuse wilderness of Ramses's cognition, the line between irony and honesty is blurred to non-existence, and in this liminal space, he is home. Your asset doesn't answer immediately, and stares instead at his slowly rotating cable. A delicate ship constructed out of the flotsam of spy dramas and revenge fantasies sails headlong towards this rock, where it will shatter into 1,000 lacerating crystals. You look out over the city as your companion produces the inevitable joint.
You'd remember a name that stupid. The rapture. Biggest quarters I'll hit the body can deliver and take. A knife bisecting the brain in the wrong direction. Then, silence. The sickly green horizon of the Noscurrentis Sea encircles the lonely radio vessel 360 degrees. No clouds, no birds, no fish, no people. Just the lapping of the waves and fluctuating radio static. The occasional crackling of a very small fire. The tram lines creak and crackle above you as the carriage lumbers into view, stained with mist.
The Great Cascade. On time. World's first.
She's dressed in a vague impression of a school uniform, customized to within an inch of its purpose.
Worst one yet. Looks like I'm the only cunt who showed up. I wasn't worried. Saw a decrepit dope and some barely sentient goons get on a central. They sat over there at the table thing. 4, including boss cunt Leech. Or maybe 5. Couldn't see shit down here, so I went up and asked one of them for a light. Pro move. I can tell you the old Leech guy is definitely there. He reached over with a lighter, said he liked my badge.
Trivia letter. Who else?
V's gonna watch over us. But Cascade, that old Leech guy looks exactly like that old Dante guy Tempo was dealing with. Lucky he's in prison then. Otherwise, we'd be slapping both to make sure. Anything else, Capitan? Yeah, all around one table. Litchi by the window.
They're all fine friends, obviously. Enjoying their day out.
I don't know, I wasn't watching them the whole time. That would be pretty fucking obvious.
The bomb twitches in its casing. Place it on the luggage rack on the lower floor. Point up, cross fingers. Then you will be unlucky, but you can still improvise. Don't forget the trigger.
the song.
You mean, what do they look like? Like hired goons, I don't know. One of them had a ridiculous coat on, fucking standard for these clowns. And another of them had weird glasses. No hair. He looked like the actual boss cunt to me.
Uh-oh, an unknown quantity. You don't care for those.
I know boss cunts when I see them, Hirsch. The bald glasses guy was running the show. Probably. Dunno. No. Leech was definitely packing a cool lighter, though. I'd say I felt some guns, if that's any use. Saw them feelingly. Could go either way. But if things go totally fuckward, we'll get our last licks in. Let's say that. They'll know what they killed. Yeah, but like dead in fucking style. You've got some kind of signal, right? If it all goes cunts up. What if we're split up? Or we can't see each other? You pick the kill site on a mountain with one fucking way out. This tram. There's a jukebox. Pick any song you want. Think of it as a signal. A sign for us to make our move.
She motions to the music player beside her, wedged awkwardly into the space behind the back seats.
I thought so.
Once more, the bomb quivers in anticipation.
Fine. Ready. Let's go. I know I'm not a trained spy or whatever, but when it really counts, I won't let you down, Hirsch. Yeah, good. Just wanted to, you know, make sure you know that. You think we'll be alright though, yeah?
If you all make it out of this, it will be a miracle.
Good. Neither do I.
Suddenly, the 4 kilograms of P4 in the pelota bag become a leaden 1,000. The volatility you are feeling isn't the explosives. It's your plan. A glass chandelier on fraying rope. Minimally reinforced ceiling. The explosion will blow through it and disintegrate anyone sitting above. Mostly. You lift the bag with both hands and wedge it into the luggage rack. Embedded in the tram's back wall, a cracked plastic dome encases a single disc, surrounded by empty slots. The lock that was holding it closed has been bashed, broken. Someone's done the hard part for you. The way is open. Music for Trams, Volume 7. Gone. Vandals have ransacked this tram's music library. Also, no guarantee at all that Volume 7 is the final one. It may continue for many volumes hereafter. A cultural maneuver,
From the president of the tram company, who incidentally has been missing for the last 2 months. Teenagers no longer have to bring their own music to play obnoxiously loud. Privatization has provided the means of sonic production for them. Don't worry, you're about to bring it back, in style. The damage is mostly surface level. The obvious mutilation of the dome and theft of the discs. The graffiti scratched into the plastic. Beneath that, the machinery is intact. Its body has been broken, but its soul lives on. Command it. It will do for your purposes. The plastic dome lifts easily. Its shattered locks jangle as it rises. Time to select the Song of Death, or the many songs of death. You can always decide on the most fitting one when the time comes. If it comes. Better to be prepared. If you have only one choice, you have zero choice. The disc slots into place with a satisfying click. The trigger is primed. You slide the cartridge into the first slot and shiver as you hear the click of the machinery snapping into place. Ultravioletta can sing you into war. The local scene's last gasp is more of a scream, hardcore. DJ Cascade is in residence.
The Great Cascade. On time. World's first.
She's dressed in a vague impression of a school uniform, customized to within an inch of its purpose.
Fuck do I care? I'm playing a role. Delinquent youth. Saw a decrepit dope and some barely sentient goons get on a central. They sat over there at the table thing. Top 4, including I can tell you the
Ultravioletta.
V's gonna watch. But Hirsch, lucky he's in. Anything else, Capitan? Keep your powder dry, Cascade.
She takes short puffs on her pipe, like she's trying to make it last. Behind her mirrored sunglasses, she's around your age. You smoke in companionable silence. The blue smoke from her pipe and your cigarette mingle. What is the plan here, Operant? Make it brief then. Your quarry's already on the move. The Lich isn't the one giving the order to leave. That's odd. Whatever book she's working her way through at the moment, it will remain unfinished. The only reason the one on this tram is still functional is because it's the quietest route on the line.
Hopefully, a nicotine-addled teenager with expensive taste is what the Lich saw, too. If she survives, she will be the first to be interrogated, and then we'll make an example of her. Strong goon aura coming off this one as well. She's in on the Lucian scheme, whatever it is. This is the Lucian version, sanitized and brimming with valor. Your asset cowers before the shrine like a penitent monk, hands clasped. She looks up at the sound of your voice. The hue of her eyes has changed. Her pupils are an empty swallow in black. Something dark has risen within her, eaten all the color from her soul. You barely recognize her voice, emerging like a stranger's from a haze of red mist. The odds were never in your favor anyway. Trust her to pull this off. Wilderness has gradually crept over the shrine, like the earth is trying to pull it out of sight. The facade bears many wounds, chipped stone, deep gouges, a mask of red spray paint, deaf to strange cousins. A perfume of pollen, stale piss, and the dead plant lingers. Lichen grows where the sun hits, and moss in the shadows. Acid rain and thrown rocks have left pockmarks in the granite. The job listing goes forever uncircled in the back pages of Portafero's weekly rag. It seems to sink back into the overgrowth as you retreat. What to tackle first? You grip the plants where they meet the ground and tug them from the earth. Soon there's a small pile of uprooted stems and leaves lying next to the shrine. Dirt under your fingernails. His nails are white with the force he uses to grip the rifle. His gaze is fixed on the dark line of grip beneath them. Brown or red? Is it dirt or is it blood? The name on the plinth revealed. Adria Hector Rigor, Admiral. You curl your fingernails underneath the green vegetal softness, separating rhizoids from stone. You manage to clear the very front of the idol's head before your nail beds begin to sting, plant matter catching against the delicate skin. Its fellow patriots were killed in the street or by snipers' bullets. A few of their bodies are still in the compound behind him. Your rubbing doesn't do much to the idol's already worn face, only stirring up motes of dust in the afternoon sun. The rebel hero lies on the ground, haloed in red, a smile on his face. He knows his sacrifice will not be in vain. He was able to inspire people to follow him in life, and so too in death. His voice will carry. Death in the pursuit of revolution always carries a certain nobility. You stand back and admire your handiwork. A voice from the dirt, bullets in stucco behind him, ears ringing, throat tight with panic. He shifts in the dirt, gun clutched in his hands, and whispers a prayer to an unnamed star. Not here, not like this. Hundreds of faces glance or gaze out from the photo frames gathered at the statue's base. This shrine is dedicated to Canopus, pride of Carina, star of aging, wisdom, and death. Despite its reputation as an unfortunate star, every Lusian is taught to rely on Canopus above all others. The shrines here are built atop the core of an ancient shrine, one of the first to be consecrated outside the illuminated empire. You are standing before that core, now a stranger on its own turf. Though it may be half forgotten, it remains the core, the center of a nuclear meltdown, a mass of corium long since cooled, pulsing still with elemental dread. Not all can bear the approach. The full spectrum of human age and emotion is splayed out before you, disordered, entropic. Some of the faces knock loose memories of people you have known. An old music teacher, a woman who ran a bakery you frequented in college, a fourth love. Yet none of them are real people to you. In the crowded rooms of your life, faces fragment into variations of themselves. Imagined murmurings from the gathered, nervous back and forths about what you might have planned. You tuck the papers between two frames, partly obscuring the man's ancient face. One eye stares out at you. At the bottom of a hidden jail, a trembling old man turns and looks at the blank space where a window should be. You gaze at the statue rising above its static congregation of true believers. You have no one behind you, Yet still, you find the words. This seems to get the star's attention. You feel a subtle gathering of light across your form. Curious, questioning. Who are you? Hello, Cascade, comes the faint reply. We've never seen you around before. The slight breeze drops to 0. Afraid to carry any more of your words upon itself. The faces in the photo frames hold their breath. Light shimmers across the statue's surface. Go on, Cascade, it seems to say. Speak. A cloak of luminance. The prayer for the core has been transmitted. For now, silence is the response. The faces in the frames are forced to watch you go. You weren't able to collect all 6 of the cardinal wolves, but at least you got the coolest and most collectible one. Leaning against a statue with his headphones on and eyes half closed, your asset nods his head rhythmically and blindly. He abruptly opens his eyes and thrusts the headphones in your direction. He clicks play. Ambient sounds fill your ears. Birds and muffled footsteps. The city murmuring beyond. From somewhere inside the mist of faint background sounds emerges, faintly, a deep voice. Its timbre distinctive even as its words are unintelligible. Sacrophobe coat, the out-of-towner Kurt told you about. A large horned beetle migrates the landscape of tempered glass. Its carapace sparkles deep green. Well-built, Lusian accent over large coat, strategically positioned beside the phone. He's one of the Lich's guards. For a long moment, the two of you gaze at the beetle as he staggers around his patch of glass. As you watch, another beetle emerges onto the glass. White, dusty, 3 horns in the center of its head. It marches toward the first. He elbows you softly, grins. The beetles advance, locking their horns together and rotating their prehensile skulls to get better purchase. The white beetle maneuvers itself beneath the green, destabilizing its stance. 3 of its legs wiggle in the air helplessly. His beetle arms coordinate in determination. His mandibles champ harder than ever. The green beetle regains his footing, backs out of the other's grasp, and sends it careening through the air like a little snowball. He reaches into his jacket and produces a 20-soul note, which he hands out to you. The beetle raises his head towards you. Hoist this tiny, shiny man aloft. Show him the power of the people's love. Startled by your massive, apish metacarpals, the beetle scurries from its battleground. He advances backward from the hands of his proportional bosses, a true people's champion. The vending machine hums as if it were in prayer. You turn away from the machine. The receiver awaits your hand. Someone has scratched Sonido Elu's into the pale pink plastic. The line disconnects without so much as an automated message. The receiver cord sways in the breeze. Voice. It wafts out to you from some obscure recess in your memory. Carolina's nightmares. A hand roughly wipes away the vomit that coats your face. As it clears, you see the face that was obscured in the nightmare, and it is staring at you with a calm smile. He tucks a strand of dank hair behind his ear and pulls softly on his cigarette. Once seen, it is obvious. He's not just an asset. He's a high-level operant for the Weeping Eye. Another conclusion follows. Half inference, half intuition. You look at your enemy for the answer, and a sardonic smile answers you. And if you have been spotted, so have your assets. Your mind flips through the possibilities. What is even within your power to do with it? Despite the impressive shrine behind him, the man is gazing into the distance, eyes out to sea. Large coat, Lusian accent, on guard at the steps. Obvious lich goon. The ocean writhes horribly in the distance, each miserable droplet stained with the tears and piss of 1,000 fish. He reaches into an inner pocket and produces a small square photograph, which he holds out delicately between giant thumb and forefinger. The picture shows 2 pudgy toddlers grinning over the horizon of the man's arms, whose own smile is so broad that he's almost unrecognizable. He looks down at his empty hands, imagining the marks. Head bowed, one hand raised and held against the statue in front of her. The woman in the military coat murmurs softly. The posture suggests prayer, but a violent one, every muscle clenched and quivering. On the statue, a smear of fresh blood from her hand, open cut on dirty stone. That stone is smooth. She did it to herself. Goon. An offhand reference to Portofero's colonial past. She stares at you, jaw thrust forwards. Same place those old pilots came from, different reality. For a moment, her stare turns nowhere. The final stage of colonization. The oppressed become strange parodies of the people that colonized them. She gives you a sharp nod, somewhere between militaristic and anxious.
The old man sways slightly as he studies you. Beyond him, the city-state of Portofino and the beginnings of the Noscarentis Sea. The moment crystallizes, the world is empty save for you and your enemy. The board is set. The Manus Fati hovers above the pieces. Frail body, dignified posture. Opaque glass coats his eyes as he watches you. As he attempts to straighten himself, he lists to one side, like a wounded battlecruiser. He could pass for a simple drunk, waiting around for his off-license to open. He enunciates with an agonizing deliberateness, as though each syllable demanded inhuman focus. Stoic drunk, tourniqueting the slur with sheer concentration. And with that, the Manus Fati swivels its wrist and gives you the finger. Some primal part of your brain rejects the information like a gag reflex. His mouth opens, disdainful, but then closes again. Smile. He seems to be perplexed by his own question. Your gun suddenly feels heavy, or is it your hand that feels weak? Yana, Carolina, Ramses. Prison, torture, madness, and death. A variety of fates and history repeating itself. It is working. Unfortunately, he's right. Somehow the gunshot takes even you by surprise. More than him, his face registers nothing. Not even the acknowledgement that he has been shot. A sudden loneliness descends upon the shrine as you contemplate the corpse strewn on the stone. It takes a minute, but he does eventually keel over. His body makes a too soft thump on the grass. A useless death, a small fleshy monument to futility. The body rolls easily before your push, rigid and light as though merely an exoskeleton. Silence. The cliff face is too steep to see where the body falls, and nothing comes up from the chasm but a whisper of fabric. Some paint flecks of blood at the feet of the deathless heroes of techno-fascism are the only signs left of what did, or maybe did not just happen. Before you, a heavy-set form flanked by 2 minions. His eyes are scattered into the insectoid ovals of his 6-lens spectacles, his lips pursed in irritation. His voice, the tonality, like a shadow creeping up the wall of a memory. Hold on. Could it really be? A 100 eyes dilate and bleed in sockets. The beast stands before you. Quiver or conquer. Down the hill, your squad mates are being hustled onto the waiting tram amidst a small group of passengers. Hair curtained across her face, trembling violently. With fear, or maybe rage that the past should repeat itself so shamelessly. An easy gait, a smile just for himself. One last look at the view before he's ducked out of sight. Nowhere to be seen. She must be on the tram already. Constitutes the single greatest operational catastrophe in the Operant Bureau's history. Fud, fud, fud. The secret police of your heart are kicking down doors again. The composed man moves quickly, rough hands across your body. He takes one last glance around, then turns to his minions. Meanwhile, the head of the Weeping Eye has been watching you. You see your face reflected back 6 times in its sextuple lenses. Time. You need time. Keep them engaged. Keep your eyes open. Every moment you breathe is a victory. A barely perceptible edge to the way he says. A wince. You've got under his skin. Just slightly. This is good. Keep him talking. The jukebox. Signal. Fighting chance. Just for a moment there, he was curious about what song you would choose. The man pulls at his collar, uncomfortable. The veins on his neck bulge. Blood drips from his ear. He glances out the window. The city-state of Portofino blurs somewhere beneath you. The only thing to hand is intimidation. They know you, but they don't know what you're capable of. Unsteady them. Lie. Draw it out. Time is not yet your enemy. The tram today is only lightly occupied. A handful of commuters, a couple of old pensioners, a few shopkeepers and small tradesmen. A shop girl nods her head, aware of nothing, lost in the same rock and roll dream she slips into every morning on her way into the city. A young boy, traveling with his mother, shifts nervously from one foot to another. As he looks at you evenly, his eyelid begins to twitch. The Imperialists are shaping new realities while you sit and do nothing. Dread, realizing itself as vomit rising up the back of your throat. Could these be the sensitive, invisible fingers you've always felt, hovering darkly above your days? Behind the man's gaze, the world turns against you. The composed man nods and gives you a sad smile. What about your friends? Do you not owe them for everything they've given and are about to give for you? The cable groans overhead. A pensioner in a tracksuit coughs into his elbow. Further back, a trim young woman laughs, hanging on her friend's arm. The shop girl wearing headphones has closed her eyes. She must take this tram all the time. The music carries her to her own pocket dimension. She has never and will never notice you. Wait, there, at the far end of the carriage. A familiar face, watching you with that impassive stare that teenage girls are the natural masters of. Your controller was right. Yana has eluded the weeping eyes' gaze. To them, she's simply a teenage delinquent, skipping class for the day. A knife in your boot. You can turn this around. Something about the way he says the name, Facundo. head of the Weeping Eye looks at you for a long moment. He reaches into his coat. He thuds something heavy on the table in front of you. A deck of weathered black cards. To your left and right, his goons about their eyes. Ancient Lusian game of divination uses a unique deck of cards not seen elsewhere. Turn the fascist superstitions against him. He flips the top card, lays it flat between you. Its image shows the shadow of a mast on a ship's deck, with the word calibration written above. He shuffles the deck, then lays 2 cards side by side on the table. The prism. You turn the card in your hand to find another severed at the wrist. A single droplet of water dangles from the tip of its index finger. A banner. He shuffles his deck and places 3 more cards carefully on the table. You flip the card. Its face shows an acrobat, naked to the waist, performing a sword-swallowing trick. His chest is burned through to reveal a flaming blade inside. The title says, The Clown. He puts your cards delicately aside, then shuffles his deck again, rhythmically, like blades of a machine churning together. Rhythmically, like blades of a machine churning together. You reach for the deck. In either surprise or disregard, the man stares at you, helpless as a boy. You take his cards. You shuffle them. Distance grows between you as his mind wanders into the past. His attention was so strong that you feel cold in its absence. The goon sitting behind you turns his head, slightly. Movement at your peripheral vision. One last roll.
Fucking quiet in here. Any requests?
A few passengers turn their heads and look away again. The man by the window spares her a disinterested glance. You feel Yana's eyes on your back, her hand over the jukebox. Ahead of you, futures shear off each other. Your fate is preordained and preloaded. All that's left to do is cue the exit music. But the enemy has your gun. You'll have to reclaim it if you choose that route. And will trigger the bomb beneath your feet. The ideologically pure will survive the conflagration. You could probably jump out of the blast radius. Probably. But everyone on this tram will hear it and be destroyed by it, including your friends and you. You have a screwdriver. Could always reset your hearing feature. The woman behind you was wearing headphones. Maybe she'd let you borrow them. Your squad is shoulder to shoulder with two weeping eye goons under their watch, deciding who to take out first. Waiting for you to drop the flag.
I'm just gonna hit something at random. Never heard of it. Sounds old.
The man's eyes flick between you and Yana. A hand slides beneath his jacket.
Fuck it.
She kisses her finger and presses play. The opening guitar slide rips across the carriage's thin speakers. The hand of the oscilloscope twitches in recognition, giddy for its chorus. You have a minute, maybe less. You feel Yana staring at the back of your head. Blast radius indeterminable. Any attempt to leap clear will be a best guess. Give away nothing. Wait until you see the first spark reflected in their eyes. Ideally anyway, unless it's busted. But if not, it's going to be cinematic. Downstairs on the luggage rack, aimed upwards, directional blast. Feet are staying on. You're going to jump out of the way. They're within the blast radius. They may live, they may not. It will do more damage to you than to them, but there will be a concussive blast, an endless shrapnel. Too soon and your enemies will catch on. Too late and they'll be hosing bits of you off the tram. Many unstable factors, compounded by unknown quantities. It will have to be a heroic assumption. The bomb was intended for assassination. It is directional, focused. The floor hums beneath your feet. The floor is thin, won't contain much of the blast. The seats are likely reinforced though. The director of the Weeping Eye glances at you, looks down, listens. On the brink of a realization. Only his eyes move, finding yours in return. Now. His face contorted in fury, caught mid-scream, disintegrating in strips of lie. A moment of calm, your body released, the tram lifting with you. You are soaring, boundless upon the air. Silence and white light. The world is not where you left it. You slam against the floor, flung side to side as the tram careens on its cable. A metal fitting thumps into your ribs. Part of a person hit you. Something flimsy between your fingers, like paper. It burns to nothing. Smoke chars your throat black. Over the howling in your ears, you make out hacking coughs and moaning. Downstairs, a scream. A woman sobbing.
Hirsch!
She sounds hurt. No answer. Her voice was distant, not beside you. Through the window, at an unnatural angle, the world, smashed open by dint of your efforts. The world understands. Sparks of electricity bleed from the tram's exposed arteries. She's dying. Something very wrong with his head. Pink, wet brain at his hairline. Dead. Just hasn't noticed yet. You pull your gun from his coat. He makes no effort to stop you. The grip is slick with blood and off-white chunks. The smoking carriage rocks, gently now, a cradle of torn and singed flesh. The man behind you lies dead, leg missing in action, a skew of jagged bone protruding from his thigh like a primal knife. 100 meters beneath you, an old fisherman raises his hand to his eyes. A strange shadow scares away the fish.
Right behind you.
Gunshots beneath you, fury and shorn metal. Your partner looks to you as bullets pierce the floor around your feet.
Hirsch, I can't! Can't!
She staggers, hand clamped to chest. A last desperate glance as your friend stumbles away from you. Another gunshot from below. Carolina shudders, folds in two. Her body joins the others on the floor. She spits on Carolina's yellow coat and looks up, trying to catch a glimpse through the ruined tram ceiling. Hands gripped around Ramses's throat, all animal impulse, on the deaf ground. You're alone, fighting and dying alone. The enemy charges towards you, stained in your friend's blood. Badly, shot in the chest from what you could see. Carolina, shot and left for dead. Ramses, fighting for his life. The Weeping Eye has hands around his throat, forcing him to his knees. He's losing. Only if you can do it from here. You have moments before the Weeping Eye is upon you. You have Ramses's death whistle. It can mimic any scream. What noise of terror can rally your kin? The world crashes back in. Not everyone will stay in it for very long. Who means more to you? You blow with all you have left. The sound, unbearable, unlike anything the world should abide. It is singing the song of Ramses's own death. You are the center of an ancient vortex unleashed upon modernity. Primal unearthing, the hunter's ghost. Ramses grins crookedly and shoves the other man hard in the chest, sending him spinning over the edge of the tram. A bullet grazes your cheek, bringing you back to yourself. She snarls, lines up another shot. The gun thunders, deafening. How far does the woman collapses to the floor? She is bleeding, but here.
Please tell me you have good news. Don't mail me right now. The first reports made it to Novessa 20 minutes ago. Some dramatic shit appears to be going down in Portofino. Aero trams exploding, a running gunfight with the Weeping Eye, multiple civilian casualties. It seems they're still picking bits of the 100-eyed golem out of the luggage racks. What is going on? I'm only relaying the facts as they come to me. So far, they're calling it a terrorist plot by Portofino nationalists. We'll see how long that story holds. Might is a very concerning word. Please elaborate. Fucking hell. And now that things have kicked off, there'll be no cutting a secret deal for him. We missed a massive opportunity there. Yo-yo. Lost. What about Radian and Kindred? Are they all right? Right. That's good to hear. As soon as we're able, we'll get them out. Maybe. Hard to say. It's not a clean sheet, that's certain. I suppose you could use it as a chance to reflect on your many choices. Maybe even change how you approach your work and relationships. Or you could just complain about the rank. Who knows what will happen when MTER realize they've been holding the Lucian Minister of Mass Culture this whole time. I imagine it will give them the upper hand in these secret treaty negotiations. Not exactly the win we were looking for. Do you? That's interesting. I'm not sure our superiors will feel the same way. I suppose steering out the head of the Weeping Eye counts for something. But I have to say, it kind of looks like we just rearranged the pieces on the board. I guess some would call that an acceptable outcome. Don't mind me. Sometimes I voice feelings that aren't necessarily my own, just so someone will. The psychomancers call it a personality flaw. Overall, a very mixed picture. X. X. That's your rank, since you asked. Yes, that's true. You're right. It's one rank higher than W. This isn't a negotiation, Operant. There's nothing to accept. It's the rank you've been given. It will be entered into the assignment file. But for now, you should get going. If you depart now, you'll make the Eastern Republics by nightfall. She'll do exactly as a liminal class asset is meant to. Erase all trace of the opera from your safe house, and then recede into the background. We don't. Anything else? Naturally, I continue not to know who you're talking about. Although, I did see a strange report from Capoblanco. Seems a number of their low-orbit satellites have gone dark rather suddenly. You wouldn't know anything about that up front. Right. I'll add something in the additional comments box. Sounds like something for the remembrancers. Hardly. Once you get back to Novessa, we'll have the standard quarantine, battery of debriefings, physical examinations, ideological decontamination, and so on. Oh, and a special request from the semioticians. They want to talk about your wolf cups. Seems they may be in the grips of a set-collecting compulsion themselves. For now, best to lay low. Back to Novessa as soon as possible. Strange with the connection. The opera forgives. Bigger concerns. Jamming. Probably. Expect reprisals. Beginning shortly. Best to... while you can. Luck, skill, Cascade. Now,
to feel anything you do. Release the sky, let the light go. Darkness from me.